Okay, I think this is working. I think.
I hope so.
Hope so.
Did you change the settings?
Yeah, no, StreamYard's weird now. It used to be obvious when it was streaming. Now it's like there's... Yeah, I think it's streaming. Whatever. If it's not, who cares?
You went to HD, right?
Yeah, right here. What settings? Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, we can just talk to blank air. I don't care.
Why the hell not? No one even really pays attention anyway. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, I think this is live. Yeah.
All right then.
Well, I started cleaning the bathroom, so you're welcome.
Yeah,
I got to,
time,
I had to take a concerted pill to get myself going and a couple beers, but
God.
scrub the tub. I had to do more.
8:30 at night he begins.
Well, it's better than like. First, I was like, I thought you'd say you've had a long day, take it easy. Instead, you're like,
you don't have long days. You have just.
I'm like, hold up in my mind all the bullshit. The terrorism I went through. Terrorism I went through at those the last grocery store I worked at. Why am I going back to a grocery store? Oh, we need money. Now I want to ask some people about the NEPUX process. I want to apply. Like if I apply for, I guess you can do it online. Has anyone applied for SSI while waiting for SSDI, or should I just go for SSDI? And then I got to see about my food stamps. I got my food stamps for April. I told you, I told you or them or both of you, I'm going to get the same amount for May. When I go back to work, I'll be kicked off for sure. But then if I do get approved for SSI or SSDI, and when we apply for food stamps, will that cut into my food stamp benefit? I don't know. Because SSDI, you get more than SSI. And is SSDI going to fuck up, you have to go on Medicare as opposed to Medicaid? I don't know. It's a complex, but I got to get this ball rolling because, like I said, we bought the shit car because I didn't want to take out a loan and be paying like, $900 a month for the next 7 or 8 years. So, we can talk about the Acura.
Yes, we can.
For anyone watching or who will watch, who cares? I stopped in that place today and I inquired about the Acura. Because when we were there the other day, they're like something about a brake booster, whatever the fuck that is.
Yes.
Other guy's like, no, it's not a brake booster. It was just we had to bleed the brakes, and we put new brake pads on and new rotors in the front. Back rotors are a bit rusty. We're not going to change them, and the battery should be fine. So I said, okay, how much you asking now? Because it was down to 1.5. It was down to 1.5, and they said, we'll do it for 2. I'm like, okay, so all this brake work was only $500. So I said, okay, listen, it was too late in the day. I said, listen, I'll come back Friday, Saturday. We'll take a look. We'll give it a test drive because it's still pretty cheap, still a lot of miles, but it was 1.5. Now it's back up to 2. But if the brakes, because you felt it too, the brakes are so fucked up.
Just as like a backup car to get you to work and to the supermarket and home, it wouldn't be something to just give up on, to throw away. Like,
yeah,
it's still somewhat viable.
I don't mean throw away like that. I mean, I didn't even say throw away.
No, it's something to pass.
I wouldn't want to. No, I wouldn't want to have like we buy it becomes a money pit where like okay, I pay $2,000 for it, and then I got to like take it to the shop again.
And you got to put $2,000
into it to pay. It's like okay, yeah. I would respect Totem, but he's not an American. So what does he know about Social Security Administration? He might be right, but he knows nothing. I don't need a Swedish Norwegian's opinion on. I wasn't asking foreigners need not. I appreciate your thoughts on other things. Like you said the other night, Dumb hates you, and I said, yeah, I think you're right. I think Dumb really does. My brother agrees. Like Dumb is polite. He's like nice, polite, but I think you're right. So I appreciate your opinions on some things, but not when it comes to Social Security. Foreigners need not help. But thank you. Yeah, maybe we'll go back tomorrow or Saturday and look at that Acura. I don't think it's going to go anywhere anytime soon. Because I even asked the guy today. I said, "What were you going to? If you weren't going to fix it, you was going to junk it?" Or he goes, "Yeah, probably just use it as like a clunker car." They don't seem to have any love for it. They just want to get like. I guess they feel I think it's like the bastard stepchild. But it's a shame because it's a beautiful car. No, so we talk about cars again. Or we can talk about Social Security, and foreigners can't help me. Do we have any Americans? Here? What else? Now, you were saying something, and I know you're afraid you're going to come across as condescending. You say such great stuff when we're off the air, and I'm like, save it for YouTube. You don't have to paraphrase. You're just going to
It's like with the audience, there's 4 possible outcomes. You could have an audience that understands you and appreciates you, which would be great. You could have an audience that appreciates you but doesn't understand you, which would be tolerable. You can have an audience that understands you but doesn't appreciate you, which is also tolerable. But at the very bottom, you have an audience that doesn't understand you and doesn't appreciate you, which is what you have. No one really offers you help.
It's like I understand what you're saying. Two columns.
It's a diamond.
It would be great. It would be great to have 2 pluses. Yeah. You can do a plus and a minus or a minus and a plus. You're saying I have minus.
Correct.
So, you know,
Again,
the best idea would be two positives,
Yes,
but you could do a positive, negative, negative, positive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the middle ground.
It's a diamond.
Yes.
At the top, your audience understands you and appreciates you, and you know they can give you advice, they can support you, help you out. That'd be wonderful. However, that's a little too grandiose. So if the audience, if half the audience,
girl can dream, but okay.
if half the audience understands you and the other half or whatever, they understand you but they don't appreciate you, at least they understand your message and can maybe give you some feedback.
Mm-hmm.
But now if the audience appreciates you but doesn't understand you,
at least they
polite,
can
promote you and be nice, but you don't even get any of that.
Give me some socialization.
You're at the bottom of the diamond.
Right.
Your audience does not understand you, so they can't help you, and they don't appreciate you, so they're just nasty most of the time.
Yeah.
So
these starlings are shit. What am I getting? I'm not getting any positive feedback or any socialization. What am I getting from this?
They're not one of these people that said, "Oh yes, I live in the United States and I struggled for years to get SSDI. This is what I did. This is what I said. This is what you need to do. This is what you can expect. This is what you can prepare for." Okay, something that he can use. You don't give him anything he can use, and you don't really encourage him or give him positive feedback either. Just tell him he's a piece of crap and he should go screw himself.
That's his job. I got a brother to do that. To tell me,
You steal
my brother.
You steal my thunder.
He's not actually standing up for me. He's saying, "I'm your brother. I'm the one who calls you a piece of shit. You don't need to go elsewhere to have people tell you you're a piece of shit." So my brother's not really sticking up for me. He's saying that's his job. What are these starlings good for? I'm starting to go.
I'm not naming names. Totem. You could be a little more positive.
Diamond girl, sure do shine. Positive doesn't mean lovey-dovey patronizing, but it's like, if you have nothing to contribute, shut up. It's like, you're not going to, what do you even know about it? You can't help me with this. I appreciate your input when it pertains, but it's like, they like to chirp about things they don't even know about. Yeah, it's like,
OC, could you beat me in a fight? That has nothing to do with anything. You guys would never fight. Like, what
did he ask me that? Or?
No, that was that guy from Australia. It was like an Arab.
Oh, yeah.
Who wouldn't to fight me? That has nothing to do. That doesn't add to anything.
It's just a parade of losers.
Yes. And when Totem says, "Why do you butcher sausages? That's something that's done over here. You butterfly them and cut them in half. It's normal. Maybe you don't do it. That's fine if you don't do it, but don't knock us for doing what we do."
No, that's not the point. The point is, oh my God, they're so mean. It's not even that. You're not even listening. He's not even. It's like this is what he's getting. The starlings don't even pay attention half the time. So you want to criticize. You don't even know what you're criticizing. My brother's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm starting to see it. Like, what a waste." Yeah, so it's not, my God, my God.
We don't expect to be beloved and be hugged and shit.
The fact that you even think that makes me think, yeah, you're right. They don't understand. It's like, what am I doing with this? But I told them I'd stream a bit before I go back to work, but
yes.
That is true. You are, when it comes to sausages and sausage fests and anything long and pointy.
You love sausages in you and on you anyway how. So yes.
In fairness, you are the meat man.
I will concede that to you.
We stand corrected, Mr. Yes.
Meat lover.
I thought we'd come on because you're off tomorrow.
Yes.
You took a couple of my pills.
Yes, I sure did.
You don't remember what you took? With some Prozac?
I took 60 milligrams or Prozac, and
you should try to consider one of these days. But you never want to take them on your off night because you want downtime.
Correct.
One of these days, if you're off on vacation and we're doing something, like you should probably take a consider to see how it affects you. Yeah.
Will do.
It does get me over my hump briefly, albeit briefly. I take that Concerta tonight to start the bathroom. I'll probably take one tomorrow. When I crash, I'll burn. But yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And I think we've covered all bases. We're winding down already.
Exactly.
I thought, what the hell? We don't know. So we'll stream briefly.
We got nothing else to do.
No, well, I could be cleaning the bathroom. It's getting too late for that. It's already what?
Debatable.
You want to go back and clean? Go back to scrubbing?
If you're up
I want to let it sit. Okay, maybe. Because if you go to bed and you got to wake up in the night to take a piss, I'm being there scrubbing and my eyes are burning. I used all bleach chemical, but I'm going to finish the bathroom.
Maybe let it air out. It did.
Yeah. No. You want me to go back to the bathroom after this? Okay. Well, I'm taking a bleach bathroom break. I'm taking a bathroom break, not to go to the bathroom, but to get out of the bathroom. This is my little. Maybe I'll go back to scrubbing, in half an hour or something like that.
Yes.
But you're probably going to sleep because you worked all week.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we got the sausage expert. We might look at that accurate tomorrow or the next day. I want to probably do it on Saturday because on your way home from work, you can swing in. I'll meet you there. You can take it for a ride. I told him you take it because if your car breaks down, you have to borrow it. I want him to drive it too. I told the guys I'm going to buy it if I'm going to really drive. So because you drove it once before, and same thing. The brakes were
Yes.
Let's see what they did. They first the brake booster. Now the other guy's like, well, no, we flushed the brakes, changed the front brake pads and rotors. Back rotors are rusty, but I'm like, fine. They claim the battery's good, but every time we have to fucking jump it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was up.
Hard working. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. How's the rest of that go? I remember when I was a kid, like the wrestlers, the WWF, they'd have like records and shit. That was one of the songs. I am a real. Okay, we've accomplished a lot. We've discussed a lot. I know it's Thursday night, so people are getting ready for the weekend. They're all out partying, doing their things. What else? Something else we're going to talk about? I called the stream Mayker because it's not May yet, but we're heading towards May, and I want to meet my Mayker. If you meet your Mayker, what's that old saying? If you meet your Mayker, kill him. I was singing the song. We saw a video on an old Oasis video.
Yes.
I met my Maker. I remember that when I was a teenager. That was met my Maker. I made him cry, and on my shoulders he asked me why his people won't fly through the sky. Listen, all the people right here, right now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Me and my brother and Totem. All the people right here, right now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you had a good point about the starlings and shit.
No, yes.
And I still do. I said, I drove by when I drove by earlier. I saw the car because the lot's only like a couple miles from here.
Yeah.
It was outside the garage.
Yeah,
it looks beautiful. You saw it too.
Yeah.
It looks like such a beautiful, like the Sebring. You look at it, it's like okay, it's a car. That Acura looks so beautiful. But I also got to ask them, can they get the fucking code? Or are they gonna say no? It's your problem because the radio and CD player won't work because when the battery dies, you have to plug in the code, some anti-theft thing. They don't have the code. The previous owner never kept the card. So you need a magic number, a special thing you plug in. 25 real cards to play the radio and the tape and the CD. And I'm like, it'd be easier if you got that, but he'll probably say no, and I'll probably have to go to a fucking Honda dealer, see if they'll give me the code. We have to talk about that if we go see if I can remember to think of it. Yeah. I'm not singing American. Well, we're Americans. All right, fine. This is for all the lonely totems.
Where do they come from?
No, we're not Eleanor Rigby. My brother's a bit drunk and pilled. This is for all the lonely totems, thinking that life has passed them by. Don't give up until you drink from the silver cup and ride that highway in the sky. This is for all the single people. I think he's talking about the band America, all the lonely people. You think he's talking about, maybe he was talking about Eleanor Rigby. I don't know. I thought of, America. This is for all the miserable people thinking that life has left them dry.
I'll have to ask him.
Who are you quoting about all the lonely people? Or was it Eleanor Rigby? My apologies. This has become the Yumi and Totem stream.
Song time is over.
Song time's over. We had enough. We've had enough songs. We've done karaoke. We've done our part. I sung with 3 or 4 songs.
Yes.
Song time's over. We're winding down when song time's over. So that's it.
Yes.
This is for all the single people. Okay, I'm singing. That's the song that came to my mind. Yeah, America. I might do a tea though before we get off. I haven't had a tea, and the weather's getting warmer. We got some teas in the fridge.
Yeah, give me a tea too.
Well, I'm not ready.
I'll just pour it in here.
Are you sure? No, I'll get another cup. No.
Then I'll pour it in here.
I'll get us a tea in a minute. Is this even going anywhere? Should we kill this?
I don't know. Let's get to the half-hour mark, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I also want to come on because like I said, I'm not going to be streaming as much, and you're here. We don't really people say, "Where's Brother Click?" So I figured, if you're off tomorrow, you want to stay up a little bit, you can, come on. And,
hello, every one person.
It's not like it's a Friday or Saturday. People are partying. It's only a Thursday. What does everyone want?
Post the link. Who wants? There's 3 people.
I'm tired of taking call-ins. People are assholes. Half of them don't want to call in.
Okay, fine.
No, fine. I'll do it, but I really don't want to. All right, well, I'll put it up here. I want to talk about SSI, SSDI. I'm going back to work, and I hate the idea I'm going back to work. I want to give it on $8 since I bought a car, but it's a used piece of shit. I might buy a second used piece of shit, which I'm putting on a credit card. I don't have to worry about long-standing debts and loans, so I can, apply.
Yes.
So that was what I want to talk about, $8 stuff. But people here want to talk about women, and the girl put a heart in my coffee. Does that mean she likes me? Tell me, Chad Preet. The other guy wants to talk about the church, the torso in the church. I welcome all opinions, but at some point it's like, Christ, we're all over the place here.
Yes,
that's right. You went to bed. I was streaming. Was yesterday or 2 days ago? I was streaming. You were here for a bit, and then you went to bed. Yeah. It was. I like talking to these guys, but the same guys talking about the same. I don't know. That's why maybe it's a good thing I'm taking. maybe going back to work's a good thing because I'll take a stream break because I'm getting tired of streaming. It's getting kind of.
Okay,
I'm not, part of me wants to come on. I said, listen, I'm not going back to work for another week or so. I'll do it to be, just a man of my word. But why are we here? You know what I mean? Like,
I have no idea. But for the 3 people who are here, he put the link. Come on. You can do voice only if you want.
Actually, it's good. No, that's just more. I've never eaten an actual rat, but I love to. We call White Castle rat burgers. You probably don't know what White Castle is. I love White Castle. Either you love it or you hate it.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
And White Castles are mostly found in more Negro type areas. I don't know if they have White Castles even in like parts of Middle America, but every now and then I'll stop by a White Castle. They're always on the edge of a ghetto, but I love White Castle. Like we call them rat burgers. Get some rat burgers. I love White Castle. You can look it up. It's an American restaurant. Little square sliders. You either love them or hate them. I love them. I love them. But they're always by like nigger areas. But it's always niggers in there. But they're fucking delicious. And the fries, the onion rings.
The onion rings are out of this world.
Yeah. Yes. So even most Americans probably don't know White Castle. You're gonna be near to a Negro area.
It's a very weird market. Like there's like a cluster in the northeast, and there's like a cluster in the center of the continent.
Right. Yeah. Like St. Louis or something.
Yeah. Like because where was White Castle originally from? Like Oklahoma or something? Like Nebraska. It was like it's a very weird.
Maybe it's the closest thing I eat. The closest I come to soul food. I love White Castle. My God, is it fucking delicious. It's phenomenal. We call it as a joke rat burgers because it's basically what it is. We gotta get some rat burgers soon.
I know. Yes.
Totem, you're making me hungry. You son of a bitch. Sausages and rats. Oh my God, you're making me hungry.
You know what to do.
You know, yeah. The way to a man's stomach, Totem. Yeah. The way to a man's heart through his stomach, but whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Gotta get my stomach pumped. All right, let me get a tea. You take it home. Let me get you a new cup. Let me get you a new what? A new.
Fine, just give me one of yours.
Yeah, one of the small. Okay, one of the. Wait. They're both. They both hold the same, but these are the regular. I got the stout, same size, but the stouts are wider and shorter.
Astute.
I'm a little teapot, short and stiff. That's. Tea fucks you up though. You get pretty drunk pretty quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It does. All right. So, 5 viewers. Come on, people. Let's have some conversation. Oh, boy.
Wait a minute. Just so you know, in the fridge. Okay. I've got 2 loose regular cans, probably from some time ago. 2 loose. I've got, I think, 4 tall boys. You're taking a piss? What are you doing? So I've got, let's take a look here. T-wise. Maybe I'll go back to beer, but these 2 here plus 2 more. So I've got 4 tall boys. And one tall boy is like 2 cans. So he'll have 2, I'll have 2. Remember, the tea will fuck you up. I got 2 more of these, and then I got a whole box I never opened of more of these. These are silver, which is good. I didn't open the box. I hope it's not black. But these all go back months ago. I haven't had a tea in months. It's been too cold, and it just wasn't. What the fuck? This chair's all fucked up. It just, I just wasn't in the mood. But tonight, I'm losing the taste for beer. I want some tea. And you gotta be careful. It goes down. So I've told this many times. It goes down so easily, and the next thing you know, you're drunk as a skunk. And Brother Click is tired. He's worked all week, and you can tell he's kind of getting because he took those pills. He had a few beers. He was lounging on the couch. He's falling asleep. But we came on for you, Totem, for you more than anyone, because you and I rarely spend quality time together. And and Brother Click wanted to see you, and this is how you treat us. It does. It goes down very easily. Seriously, it just goes down. So, and the next thing, and even the guy at the liquor store is like, "Be careful. You have 2 or 3. You think everything's fine. All of a sudden, you realize, oh shit, I'm wasted." Because with beer, it's progressive. You drink, you slowly get drunker. You have a little few. This, you drink a bunch, it goes down like just a non-alcoholic drink, and the next thing you know, no, he took the opposite. He took the mellow out chill. He took the chill. He took the chill pills. Brother Click took a chill pill. The exact opposite. I finished my beer first. I don't think much has happened here. This is kind of a dead end, but it's okay.
That's okay. Sometimes we need
that, but I do want a tea. So
Where's my?
whichever one you want. There's two there. Pick one. Smell okay? Were they cleaned okay?
They're both pretty good.
You want a tall boy or you want a standalone?
I'll go with this tall.
Go with the tall boy.
Yes.
I gotta finish this shit off.
Yes.
I bet it's a chore now because I can put the side. Maybe the beer didn't taste right, or it was left out too long. This beer tastes kind of flat and kind of almost punchy. I don't care for it. Maybe it was a bad batch, or it might have sat out on the counter and I re-refrigerated it because this wasn't a good beer I poured here. It was just left there. I don't know. Okay, what else is going on? I want to talk about SSI, SSDI, but there's no one to talk to that. Talk to about that.
Exactly.
Really.
Yeah. They won't appreciate what you have to say.
How could they? How could they?
Yeah.
Like you said, they could offer me help and advice, or they could at least offer me social support. Instead, they don't even know what they're talking about half the time. That's why I remember Seymour, the guy Seymour. He actually put it best once. He's like, "Yeah, the Starlings just fly around nest to nest, eating up their slop." His girlfriend's one of them, which is kind of funny. But yeah, they get their slop. Yeah. Oh, speak of the she devil. There we go. Speak of the she devil. How's your future mother-in-law doing? Seymour told me that she was in town. That's why he didn't want to come talk to me. I was hurt. I said, I'm getting tired of everybody except for you, Seymour. Oh, my mommy's in town. I'd be embarrassed to see, I said, oh, yeah. She might look at me and say, wow, this is the kind of crap Cassandra watches. Dump this girl. Or she might say the opposite. She might say, wow, this OC guy is great. Cassandra, welcome to the family. But Seymour was so embarrassed, to put mommy on. Because Cassandra apparently shows me to her family, and they're all just sort of like, what's this shit? But yeah.
Cassandra, do you get along with Seymour's mother?
Yeah, she's definitely the most normal, and she somehow got herself into like Penny Pounder territory. She's basically, and Totem's not too far off. So Penny Pounder, Cass, Totem, you guys are all kind of in the same ballpark. I think Totem's above Cassandra at this point, but you're all kind of like just meh. Background Starlings to me at this point. I wouldn't go that. Let's not go nuts, Totem. Let's not go nuts. Would you call him the cool Starling?
Not exactly.
You did make me hungry, man, because you're always going about sausages. I think we have two different meanings of sausages. And you mentioned rat burgers. I want some White Castles. So
yeah.
No, it's when you're a Spurg, it's not just one topic. It becomes indicative of a greater pattern. Like, you start seeing people as hacks. It's like, if this is a problem, what else can be a problem? I don't know if I can trust you. That's just how I feel. You should respect my feelings, and you don't. Which further adds to what, my brother says, oh, you're such a monster. Be nice to the Starlings.
He can be quite a brute.
Well, it's not so much a disagreement. It's, okay, you're not what I thought. Okay, here's a nice person. We have this nice friendly. Oh, my bestie, Cassandra. Oh, she's no different than a fucking Penny Pounder. It's just more bullshit. Okay. Yeah, you get relegated, yes. But yeah, when you betray the trust of a Spurg friend, a Spurg friendship is something special. If you can't handle a Spurg friendship, you might as well be a Penny Pounder as far as I'm concerned. That's my boundary, bitch. Yeah, I put in the same, even Totem, they're kind of just like screwballs, yeah. And this is how we have to. We got some screwball Starlings flying in. So here we are. And none of these screwball Starlings can help me with SSI or SSDI.
Doesn't seem like it, no.
I wish God would participate. At least
yes.
I do. The more I read his comments, the more I think, I miss this guy. What I liked about him, again, I didn't want to be his buddy. I didn't want to go, let's go bowling and get a beer. Todd, let's play tennis. No, I said, I love your philosophy about fuck. It's not your fault. I loved his videos. The man is based. I will say he really is Christ. He's not my buddy. He's
honest feedback. Honest is feedback. What he gives us.
He's the guidance counselor I wish I fucking had when I was a teenager. Even though guidance counselors like that don't exist in real life. You know what I mean? It's the kind of person I wish I'd come across when I was like in my 20s, not now. I feel lucky to have him. You idiots asking him to play tennis or asking him stupid questions about what it's like. You don't get it.
In your 20s, could you have handled that? You kind of
had
to go through what you went through.
It's a lived experience, as I always say. Yeah.
He's a little older than you, and you have to
live it.
Exist.
It's a lived. Yes.
Yeah.
Like you said, some of those kids are already on Neat Bucks. Their mommies got them on Neat Bucks, and they're worried what they'll be like when they're older. So they look at Todd and they think, here's an old guy, quote unquote, with on Neat Bucks. So maybe it's okay. Maybe there is a light. Maybe I'm not going to end up like with a bullet in my brain. If Todd can be, maybe. But that's not what I see. I see great philosophy. I'd love to hear some.
Because right now those kids are living with their parents.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee that they'll get their own place. They might just always live with their parents. But when they see Todd, he has his own place, his own truck, his own, existence. They say, okay, wow, I can be like him, but there's no guarantee. He really did luck out.
Point is, I don't want to talk tennis with him. I want to talk Neat Bucks, and he's answered a lot of questions. But did he apply online and he just uploaded files? I mean, it was a lot of paperwork to fill out. I'd like to hear more of that.
Yes.
That would be, or not just him. Anyone else who wants to chime in. But I'm left with a fucking Scandinavian, some normie twat in Arizona. Who else? Was that it? Just the two of them?
If there's anyone who has SSDI or is working to get SSDI, chime in and share what you know.
And if not, we can talk about some other nonsense. What do they even want to talk about half the time? What do you Starlings want to talk about? Because I'm getting tired of talking to you, quite frankly.
Inflation, the war in Ukraine.
We don't even talk that. We're not talking.
I mean, what's on your mind? Trans individuals playing women's sports. That's a constant topic on the news.
None of these things interest me either. I mean,
no, they don't. But
I like talking cars just because I need a car. I'm glad I'm not buying a brand new car that's going to get me into like $900 a month debt for the next 8 years. That's good. I'm not the type to be all car. As long as the car works, I'm happy. I should be content with the Sebring because it's a good car. People say Chrysler sucks. It's okay, but it's just a Sebring. That Acura, you saw it too from a distance. It's like, wow, that's a damn good look. It's like a gray.
It's silver.
Silver. Yeah. It's a beautiful car. Inside, it's not even the outside. The outside is nice. The inside, it's like,
luxurious, comfy.
Actually, we did have a couple dreams, and I had like a really dialogue. That one night I couldn't sleep. I don't know if you watch my shit because I don't feel like repeating myself here. That one night I remember that one night a day I couldn't get out of bed. I thought I had food poisoning. I had all kinds of dreams that were heavy dialogue heavy. And then I think I was at a restaurant with like some YouTube people. No one, because I don't know what most of you Starlings look at. I look like, I can't think of anyone. I was at like a YouTube because everyone was calling me Occupational Click, and someone came up and put like a hairnet on me and said happy birthday. So I was at some banquet with some random Starlings. So a YouTube dream. It's finally happened. What about you?
Yeah, I vaguely remember I had some dream. He came home in his Sebring and he had gone grocery shopping. He had like a whole bunch of like stuff. Like, there was a big bag of dog food.
We don't have a dog.
We don't have a dog. There was like bird seed, like stuff that we wouldn't need. But he doesn't have a job. I remember thinking he just went out. He spent a whole bunch of money on a bunch of stuff, and it's not stuff we can use. Like,
did I say, hey, my EBT, I need Snap paid for all this?
There really wasn't any dialogue. I just kind of heard it in my head. I'm like, oh, hey, I'm home and I went shopping. Look what I got. There was a bunch of crap we didn't need. It was a very, very brief, short dream. I'm like, what the hell? And now that day, I was also, I came home. He was asleep. The day that he couldn't get out of bed, I came home. I was on the couch watching TV. I was dozing.
They want to know if you had food poisoning too. Yeah.
I felt incredibly fatigued, more than normal. I also felt incredibly warm. Not like I was outside mowing the grass warm, kind of like a feverish warm.
Right, like when you're sick warm, not just warm weather. But yeah.
I went up and I went to bed early, and I didn't really sleep that well. I kept waking up periodically. That's when I had the dream of he came home from food shopping, and there was a crap we didn't need, and I was kind of upset. And
is your nightmare me spending money or me spending money frivolously on shit we can't use? I mean, what she says. Your nightmare is me spending money. It might be me spending money on things like if I came home with steaks and hamburgers and shit.
Yeah,
you're okay, cool. Yeah, but I brought home dog food, and you're like, unless you're trying, let's get Freudian. You're trying to imply that my cooking is dog food. Oh, because we should do a video. You got that thing? The Hamilton Beach Grill, and we tried it. It wasn't. It's not terrible. I like it better than the Foreman Grill.
Yeah.
Foreman Grill cooks top and bottom, but it's diagonal and stuff leaks out. My mother loved Foreman Grills. I had to buy her a new one when her old one died. This is better than a Foreman Grill, but it's still kind of
Yeah,
it's kind of small.
kind of inconvenient. But yeah, it's not bad. But yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I had a good deal. I had a deal on the dog food paid for by the taxpayer, but not you, Totem, because like I said, you're not an American. But go ahead. You're
But yeah, I guess I mean, I always criticize him. Whenever he goes out, he spends money. He buys iced tea and fast food.
What you fucking eat and drink too?
But no, but it's like
and beer. What you eat and drink too?
No, but it's like. Oh, well, let me go buy some car for $3,000. Well, you
buy some car like this is. I even said this wasn't exciting. This was like I need a vehicle, buddy. You fucking know this. You want to go back to work. Yeah. What are you fucking saying? Okay, so you're worried about who's going to pay for the car. Well, I'll give you the fucking keys. It's your car. I don't give a fuck.
You don't have a job and income.
Yeah, I'm doing everything backwards. I'm doing it backwards. I told my I have no fucking choice.
Yeah.
I need a car to go to work. I need a job to pay for the car. What do you want me to fucking do? Hence, why I didn't get a fucking new car? That would be a nightmare.
Yeah, that would.
And that would be a nightmare for me getting e-bucks. I've driven shit cars all my life. I need a shit car. I guess every other time I've had a crap job and I pay off my shit cars. This time I'm buying a shit car while not having a job, so he's anxious and nervous. But if I don't buy a car, you're gonna drive me to fucking work every day, asshole, especially when you're at fucking work. So I don't get why you're so upset about the car. We're having I love your school. What are you worried about? Yeah, I have no choice. I'm even further debt. I need a car.
Yeah, you're taking on a lot of debt.
That's like you would have prayed I need bucks, and I never have to drive a car again.
Okay, yeah.
I'll just borrow your car. I'll say, hey, buddy, give me your fob.
Yes.
I am an angry kid, Totem. If you haven't figured that out by now, what do you do? I'm an angry kid. I don't know how that song goes. Yeah. Exactly. Don't think you're gaining brownie points. But yes, Cassandra's correct, buddy. I mean, you want me to go to work? How do I want to get there every night?
You need a car.
Well, we can pass. Why don't you say so now? Yeah. If you think it's a waste for me to buy, because the Sebring cost me $3,000.
Like $3,600.
No, it was $2,500 plus the $500 for the title and bond and all that. Was it?
I thought it was
whatever. I'm for another. Fuck it. I have no sense of money. Who cares? Yeah. You can pay it off.
That's the worry. Fucking put it on credit. Who cares? I'll pay the minimum.
That's what our fucking parents did. And
I know. And you hate and despise them, yet you're mimicking their behavior.
I have no choice. Oh my God. But they look down on neat bucks. I swear by neat bucks. I got my father on Medicaid when he had his fucking stroke, and he was best off on everything. I'm the one who got him his therapy so he can dial a phone. I got his hernia fixed. I got him everything. Yeah. He was incontinent, shitting his pants when he first had a stroke. He'd still be doing that on the fucking couch if we left my fucking idiot mother. So I'm a credit neat bucks guy. I didn't choose this lifestyle. It chose me. Gotta make the best of what I have, buddy.
That's a good point.
Why don't you get a better fucking? Oh, that's a good point. Now all of a sudden it's a good point. Why don't you? Yeah, I was supposed to put my Gimme Dat links in. I do want to set up a P.O. box so you people can mail me shit. But yeah.
Yes, gift cards would be appreciated.
Gift cards. Yeah.
Yes.
Soiled underwear. I've got a big enough collection of my own, but I need other people's. What else? If you want to do, construction paper, glue, macaroni,
They'll make you a nice piece of artwork, which he can sell. Yes.
No, I thought they'd make it for me, and I'd hang it up in the background here.
Oh, okay. There we go.
You're like a second away from getting timed out now. She's pissing me off with this bullshit. That's not even funny. It's just like, shut up. I see her as a hack. I got to remember it's okay. She's another penny.
Quasi-hack, I guess.
Quasi-hack. Okay. Yeah. Brother Click says you're okay. We'll go with quasi-hack. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that out.
Yes.
Right. Maybe I shouldn't buy like Rafterman the other day was saying. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe just pay off the Sebring before we get a second car.
Yes.
But that car is there. If they put the work into it, they said they did. And it's cheaper than the Sebring. And it's a beautiful car. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Okay, you're thinking about it too, don't I? That's the thing about it. I understand your concerns, but you thought about it too. It's not like you said, like the PT. Okay, there were 3 cars in my budget. PT Cruiser. We both agreed. Fuck that. Yes. Plus, it was a stick shift, which is a pain in the ass. But that was even the way, like the PT Cruiser is like that bubble oval.
Yeah.
We both agreed. Fuck that. Sebring, you agreed, was like Goldilocks. It was the Goldilocks zone. It was defined. Okay, go back. Yeah. But you agreed the Acura had its quality.
Yes, it does. Yeah, yes, it does.
This isn't just me saying, I want to buy a Zim Zam car. And you're like, what are you, fucking nuts? That's a money pit. You're kind of like, there's some method to the madness. Yeah.
Yes.
No one's turned against you, Cassandra. We're being honest. You want to be friends with a Spurg and his brother? You're going to get some brutal honesty. Even if she's kidding, she's not really kidding. She's like dumb. She's one of these people who says the truth and then backtracks and says she was just joking. I was just joking. Yeah, you took it too seriously, you Spurg. When in reality, they're pouring their heart out and pretending it's a joke. We've had multiple chats. Which one are we talking about now? I don't know. You seem like you're being I don't know. You are, again, with the food or the sexual references. We talked about sausages. We talked about rat burgers. Now, cereal. I can go for a bowl of Cheerios or Frosted Flakes. Yeah. Man, Totem, you're making me hungry, man. When I come to Norway to visit, you're gonna cook for me, right? You know. The phone call. Oh yeah, I do have Cassandra's number now. She gave me her number in Discord. Because I joked with her. I said, you wouldn't give Brother Click your number because he's a manlet. I forgot why you need his number. She gave me her number, but it was no different than talking on Discord or anything.
All right, maybe one of these days we'll call you in the stream.
Yeah, when we're out in the Southwest and we feel like just driving by and you're throwing a piss bottle on your lawn or something. Okay. That's good. I'd like to be fed like a goose. A goose you're fattening up for a Christmas dinner. You don't eat me. You just feed me like, you know. Good. Yeah, I already gave her number out to several people. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm still very much a man of my word. I don't, violate that. That's not my place. But if she wants to give you her number, you guys can exchange. You never gave me your number, Totem, and we could talk. I got WhatsApp now.
Yeah, I know.
We could talk through WhatsApp.
No international calling. We have a nice conversation.
You won't give me your number. You won't come on my stream, and you won't give me your number. So you get nothing.
Yes.
You get nothing. You lose. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of international calls, here we go. Yeah. Hello.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I just wanted to hop in because I promised you guys that I'm gonna try to come on as much as possible. The last 2 streams I was asleep, so I couldn't make it.
Weren't you here last night, or maybe no, you weren't, or 2 nights ago? No, that was Denmark guy. I'm sorry, I forget which European I spoke to on any given night. But how are you, Zenesis?
I'm doing all right.
Did you just? I'm sorry, because right now it's 11. It's about 11:30 here. 11:30 at night. It must be about 5:30 in the morning in Austria. Did you just get up, or you've been up all night?
I wanted to go to bed, but I saw that you're streaming. But usually I go to sleep way earlier, like at 1 p.m., 1 a.m., something like this, and I wake up middle of the night at.
So you stayed up just to come on the stream, in hopes I'd stream?
No. This is completely random that you're streaming. I wasn't knowing that because I thought that you're gonna stream tomorrow, because I noticed there's a pattern of you guys that you usually stream on Fridays.
Sundays. Well, there's a reason. He's off on Friday. So Thursday night and/or Friday he's off. So we have that's why we offer free time.
Yeah.
It's completely random, but I noticed that you were streaming this week almost every day. So I was kind of.
Well, I told you. I said, since I'm going back to work, I don't know what my schedule is going to be. I'm going back to work next week. I told everyone. I mentioned this earlier. I said I'm going to try to stream whenever I can for the time being, because once I go back to work, I might not stream at all. I can't guarantee. I don't know what's going to happen. So I figured, what the hell? Plus, he was off. He said, let's stream. So yeah, I'm streaming more frequently just because this might be it for a while. I think I told you this. So yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be every day.
Well, it was it's like, how do you feel? I was cleaning the bathtub before, and I needed a bath. I was telling this boy I needed a bathroom break.
Yeah.
And I said, let's go stream. Let's have a beer, have some pills, let's stream.
Yes.
I have been to Montana, yes. But that's not the point. Okay, Zenas, what would you like to talk about?
And
if you get tired, I understand, because he's worked for the past 6 days.
Good,
but yeah, there you are. Yeah,
I'm getting low.
Oh yeah, you want to say another tall boy?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, is there anything left in that one?
No, it's empty.
Take another tall. We got 2 more in there. Okay. I'm still nursing a beer. What would you like to talk about? Anything you want to discuss? The tea will go right through you.
Do you guys have something in mind? Do you have any questions?
Let me see if I can get my bestie Cassandra to come on. Only because I'm not too crazy about her right now. I'd like to see. I'm getting tired of people who don't show their face. I told the Denmark guy and Dev Pike, I'm very much a lookist, like everyone else. I think I mentioned this the other day. Like, you read a book, you want to see what the author looks like. I'm going to be a lookist. I don't care if you're an ugly fuck or a Chad Light or whatever. Everyone should show their face. Cassandra, you make good. Show your face. You can talk to Cassandra for a few minutes. Because I'm tired of people who don't want to at least show their face once. I'm getting tired of just dialogue.
Yes.
And you're going to share it again. Because, yeah, I was getting tired of, like, these people who don't want to share their face. It was, later 90s. And at the time, there was no state speed limit.
Exactly.
The speed limit was whatever is reasonable and prudent. And we went to Yellowstone.
Yeah.
I was like 15, 16. You would have been 13, 14. Yeah. I don't know why we're talking about Montana all of a sudden, but okay. We can tell that Billy's story, but some other time.
Yes.
Okay. I was hoping that we can have Cassandra, someone new, because who have you spoken to? You've come on. It's been you, me, Dev Pike, or you, me, Denmark guy. I just wanted someone new to come on and talk to Xenesis because I'm getting tired of those two not showing their face. I'm getting tired of the same people over and over again. I was hoping Totem would come on. I'd like to have a little panel because I think people can bounce ideas off each other. But if not, we can talk about whatever, you know.
We can only hope that like the last time, like Denmark guy or Dev Pike will come on or something like this.
Well, I'm hoping they don't come. I'm getting tired of talking to them. If they want to show their faces, I'll bring them on. I'm getting tired of talking to them. They have some interesting points, but I'm getting tired of it. But, you know, you guys can start your own streams and talk to each other all night.
True. I get it because it's always like the same shit. It's always like Dev Pike with his coffee thing, Denmark with his fury.
And this is what I said. I'm glad. I'll pull up. You talk. I'll pull up. Todd left a comment that this is why I say I respect Todd. I was saying this earlier. It's not about playing tennis or watching him. I don't know, video games.
Yeah.
No, Todd said something very based, which was, it's amazing how Dev Pike did this 180. I like Dev Pike. He's a bit abrasive. I can tolerate him, but he did a 180. He went from like, Xenesis is a knock. He thinks he's an edgelord to OC, shut up. I want to hear what Xenesis has to say. Xenesis, does the girl like me? What do you think? It was so like transparent. It was so obvious. It was like, my God. And I was disgusted too. Todd did a good job. One of the comments summarizing.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. I mean, it's basic human nature. But it was funny to see for Dev Pike because he's mainly this. Because I watched like his earlier streams and there were like always this notion with you guys that something was off with him because I can remember there was a stream called The Normie Narrative, I think.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And there was all DBF on it, and he mentioned that Dev Pike tries to be like highly intelligent and stuff like this. I'm not here to fight against Dev Pike. I'm just an observer. I just want to just observe.
I must say something. I don't dislike Dev Pike. I think he has some good points. I stick up for him because I know what it's like to be hated simply for being, I don't like what you said. I don't like the way you said it. Therefore, I hate you. I don't like to jump on that bandwagon. So I don't dislike Dev Pike, but I have like I said, I'm not going to hate someone just because. I'm not going to love someone just because. There are things I like about him, but there are things I find, questionable about him. And let me share the screen real quick. Let's see. Share screen. I want to show you if you can. I don't know if you can. I'll read it to you. If you look here. This was the Good Friday stream. Back on Good Friday, I forget who was on the stream. You were on it. Okay, if we look, it was you and me and Dev Pike and Denmark guy, Torso guy. We were all on the stream. And this was Good Friday. This was last Friday, right? And if you look at what Todd says here, I agree with Todd. I'm not trying to bash Dev Pike, but this is a good observation. Dev Pike basically did a 180-degree treatment and darn near simping for Xenesis. So, Todd is saying that, he's critical of you. Now, all of a sudden, this was the one who we kept asking you your opinion about. You have a lot of experience with women. Does the girl like me because she put a heart in my coffee? So Todd is saying that Dev did a 180. He went from being all, dark and edgelordy and Xenesis is a LARPer to he's still Todd thinks you're a LARPer too, but basically that Dev Pike was damn near simping, and I agree. There was almost a shut up, OC. I want to hear what Chad Preet has to say if the girl likes me or not. It turns like a blue pill, almost like a teenage high school thing. So yeah.
Well, like I said before, it's human nature, and it was like, I don't know. There's like, there's an instinct in humans to treat, I don't know, better looking people better, something like this. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, at least have the wherewithal to step back and say, okay, maybe I see what I did there. Okay. Like he seems like oblivious. I use these for, it's not simply you're saying it's just human nature. That's part of it. But I think being able, like you say, Genesis, you claim the reason you're here is because you're able to see beyond it the way others aren't. You've had beautiful friends and ugly friends who can't see it. Only certain people can. I was hoping people here wouldn't be so oblivious. You know what I mean? It would be if Dev Pike came around and said, you know what, you're right. I knocked Xenesis, and then I realized I really wanted his advice. Okay, fair enough. At least he was best up to it. The fact that he doesn't seem to be aware of what he's doing is, I think, where the criticism comes in, the obliviousness. You know what I mean? We've discussed this. Do you understand what I'm saying, or not really?
I do understand what you're saying, but it's the thing. When you think about it, it's the same with the whole Black community. When I first joined the community, I thought that those people who are in this community must be pretty intelligent, emotionally wise, and pretty aware of surroundings and stuff like this. Then I noticed, all right, it isn't like this, and they're basically monkeys. I mean, we are all monkeys, but they're not so different from normies regarding self-reflection and stuff like this.
Right, which is what Todd was saying, although Todd thinks you're just LARPing, which you might be. I don't know. The point is, you've heard of the broken clock theory. I think some people have great points, and then on something else, they go in a weird direction. I think Dev Pike has had some great points. So in fairness, like you said, you thought people were intelligent, then they're like monkeys. I see 50-50. They're really based here, but then they revert to primalism here, like a different topic. So you understand what I'm saying? So sometimes it's not either or. It's almost like, okay, you're very based when it comes to this aspect of the black pill, but you're like a total blue pill when it comes to that. Yeah.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way when it comes to measuring humans and stuff like this. I'm not one of those guys when I see okay, you've done this wrong, one thing wrong, and I'm not gonna neglect all of the things you said previously. I'm not one of those guys. I try to come out to see it more in a bigger picture. With Dev Pike, what I appreciate Dev Pike where he's really good he's really good when it comes to asking critical questions.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't totally knock Pike. The things about him I like, and I stand up for him. People say he's so abrasive, he's such an asshole. I say, well, people say I'm an asshole when I'm just being honest. So I'm not totally anti-Pike, but I'm not going to stand up for him no matter what. If I have a criticism, I'll criticize. So Pike has strong points. He also clearly has his. I was hoping he would at least acknowledge his shortcomings, and he doesn't seem to be at that point yet.
Yeah, it will probably will come with time. It depends on each. It depends on the human. There are people out there who will never acknowledge those things and will die with it. But but,
there's some people who never open their eyes, and it's too late. Yeah. And I just wanted to say, I remember an episode of Star Trek, the original Star Trek, where you remember that episode where they go through a time gate, and there's a woman played by what's her name? That British actress. What's her name? What's that bitch? Joan Collins, Dynasty.
Okay,
Right. She has to die, or else Hitler will take over the world. And so Spock says she was right, but in the wrong time. I just wanted to address Totem. Totem says he's the function clock, but in a different time zone. He's always right. Yeah, but if you're right, but in the wrong time, which means you're wrong. That bitch was right that nuclear weapons were bad, but if she didn't die, then Hitler comes to power and takes over the world. So you're right, Totem, but in the wrong time, which means you're wrong. Joan Collins had to die in that episode of Star Trek. Okay. I want to ask you, Denmark guy wants to come on. Maybe I'll bring him on in a minute. This will be the last time. I want him to show his face. I'll bring him on in a minute. I wanted to ask you about Cassandra. I was hoping she would come on only because, not so much for Cassandra's sake. but because at least people who show themselves. I'm getting tired of voices.
Yes.
But why do you think? Tell me, why do you think Cassandra is here? You've mentioned how women are more secretive than men. I understand in a broad sense. What brings someone like Cassandra to a place like this? What brings her here? You told us why you're here. Why do you speculate she's here?
Attention, validation, and entertainment.
Okay, that's what. Well, you and Dev Pike seem to agree on that. So Cassandra's only here for validation and attention. I guess what she's looking for male attention beyond, or just her boyfriend. I mean, what, yeah.
Serves her ego. All these
serves her ego, yeah.
From her.
And to laugh, are we lol cow? She's laughing at the freak show.
I mean, it's. I can see the entertainment appeal because those streams are funny. I mean, not gonna lie. When you have like, especially like multiple people in it. But I know I see way beyond it because for you it's really not funny because it's really seriously. You're really suffering.
Well, yeah, but I try to. You gotta be able to laugh at yourself, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they're laughing. They're not laughing with me. They're laughing at me. Okay.
Yeah, no, but
that smile on his face. Okay, they're laughing at me. I'm a lol cow. Okay, well, what can you do? Like you were saying earlier, the Starlings are just here. Yeah.
There are streams, like for example, the non-narrative streams, where there are like the streams where we were 5 people on, and I noticed that you generally also like enjoy like when there's some drama.
Sitting back and letting others go at it for a bit, see where it goes, and then I'll chime in when someone brings up a good point, takes it somewhere else. Yeah,
but you also like drama.
One person comes on and they want to pontificate, and it's like, well, Christ, start your own goddamn stream if you want to have like your own, platform, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
This is why I was hoping she would come on and either agree or disagree with you, but she won't. So some friend she is. That's why I say, just like Totem and Penny Pounder, she's afraid. So Cassandra, you want to know why you're in that camp? You act like them. So I'll bring on Denmark Guy. Denmark Guy is the last time. You want to come on to my show again? Show your face. We want to see what you look like. Yes, I'm a lookist. I'm a pure and simple lookist. I actually don't care if you're a Chad, like one of these Nordic Chads, or if you're an ugly fuck circus freak. I don't care. I won't laugh at you or kiss your ass, but I want to see what you look like because. And same goes for Dev Pike. Yeah, do what he does. Put on a pair of sunglasses.
Yeah, I accept your conditions. I accept your conditions. I know, but I would be a public kind of like show my face. But I have people in my family and that are like they're not political kind of persons.
Who will never ever see this buried. No one's ever going to see this, but okay.
Get some sunglasses and join.
But I am maybe in 10 or 20 years I will do it, and we can see that I was actually quite right.
Then come back to me in 10 or 20 years. I'm half joking here, but I'm half serious. I'll let it slide this time for a little bit, but come back to me in 10 or 20 years.
Yeah, but I have people in my family who actually are somewhat semi-public, and I don't want to kind of like embarrass them. So that's and I understand it. I fully accepted that. You can just boot me if you would like. Yeah, I fully accept it. I understand it.
All right, Denmark, why do you think we were just talking about Cassandra? Why do you think, and we'll talk about Dev Pike again if you want, why do you think Cassandra's here? Xenesis says it's for validation and attention and to laugh at me. Why do you think people like Cassandra or women in general come here? What do they get out of this?
But it's technology has changed so much the last 10 years. But yeah, that was a sidestep. I think
that's not the question. Can we stay on topic?
Yeah. I think it's because that, for an example, why do men like sub 5 men go to a social gathering? It's basically to entertain women and chat, and then women they go home and they fuck chat, and all the sub 5s they have just made fun out of themselves or something like that. But that's the only kind of social interaction they can get. So, and if we extrapolate this to this situation on the online sphere, I think that it's basically a free, as Xenesis says, in a quite academical way, that it's for something like validation and so on and so forth. It makes sense. Yeah.
Right. So, Xenesis and Denmark Guy, you both agree that Cassandra is here just for validation or some kind of attention, or
yeah, probably. I don't.
No, that's okay. You're entitled to your opinion. You came on.
I don't.
Despite not showing your face, I'm allowing you on. So go ahead, answer.
I think that I'm not fully aware of her situation, but it's something. I think it's something she has autism, but it doesn't look that severe. And she told us that she doesn't have any friends. but
You're okay for real?
Yeah.
Push
and
yourself.
she has a boyfriend. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she lacks some kind of social interaction, and that is and the online world is where she gets it. But yeah, it's just weird because women get a lot of validation just from
Yeah,
existing outside.
yeah, I agree. It's weird. It's getting weirder. What do you think, buddy?
Yes, it is.
You okay? You're not even.
No,
You're just kind of like that.
I'm doing all right.
Now, Denmark guy, why do you think Xenesis comes here? Why do you, Denmark guy, speak your mind? Why do you think Zen? Because people are like, "What's Xenesis doing here?" Xenesis
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
explained himself, but what do you think, Denmark guy?
First of all, I respect this guy quite a lot because I think he's one of few guys that actually just comes on and is quite wholesome, and he's polite, and he's serious without being too serious, and so on and so forth. And it's always when you meet people on the internet, it's like something fucking. It's like too much banter or like extreme situations. So I think it's cool to meet actually like a decent human being online. Without him, I don't know him, but why is he here? Yeah, yeah, but as I told you on the last streams that at the first time I saw him online, I actually thought that maybe it could be some kind of like major depression or something like that, because but that was really mistaking his politeness for depression, you know. But he has he's as you can hear, he thinks he's maybe a little bit into philosophy. He thinks about things more than the average human, and
Okay.
and maybe he has a period in his life where he's just trying to reflect upon what the fuck is going on, because things are changing so fast in terms of everything.
Well,
And
brother,
that
do you want to ask either of these two people? Let's get some.
Why don't the two of you meet up in Berlin? Just pick a day, go to Berlin, and stream from the hotel or the cafe or whatever. Meet each other and talk. We'll join you. We'll try to time it up the best we can, and we can do a stream, a Berlin stream.
Yeah,
Xenesis and
because
Denmark.
one of the complaints I get is you're on at bad times for the Euro cells. If one of you guys wants to stream, you let me know when you come on. I'll come join your stream, because I hear all this stuff about the Euro cells. You got to be on a good time for the Euro cells. You guys are both Euro cells. You can meet up in real life, and have like you can stay off camera if you want and have a stream somewhere, and I'll join you, because the Euro cells, I can't be on your timeline. Well, then maybe when I start working nights, I will be when I come home in the morning.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, but I've actually I would actually like to go to Berlin again. It's not that it's not expensive for me, but I don't know really. It's just the online way of meeting is just so much easier, to be honest. I don't know if I would like to. It's like I need to take this 8-hour bus drive, but it's cheap, and I can do it in the evening where I somewhat sleep. So it could be a possible scenario, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know how. I think it takes more than 8 hours, maybe from Vienna to Berlin, but I'm not sure. How long does it take? Do you think, Genesis? If you take a bus?
Depends if you go by train or by plane.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're both 8 hours away from Berlin. It's a nice meeting point. You both, get a hotel room, go to Berlin, meet up, do a stream. We'll do our best to join you if we can.
Okay. Xenesis, I'll change this up. I don't think they're never going to meet.
Okay.
Denmark guy would show his face. But what my brother's talking about is when people say, "Oh, the Euro," I think you guys have both said it. You're on a bad time for the Euro cells, and we're always like, "Why don't the Euro cells stream on their own time? If we catch them, we catch them."
Exactly.
So we're criticizing this whole the Euro cells crap. Yeah.
I mean, what I could do is I could like take Denmark guy's Discord handle and talk with him like over voice call. Also,
yeah. It's actually funny that you also you spoke about your phone number and WhatsApp. Me and Dom have actually created there's a new WhatsApp. Then there's Signal, and there's a new. It's not a new thing, but it's the same as Signal. I know you're probably not going to change, but it's called Session, and it's the same as Signal, but it doesn't require a phone number. So me and Dom are using that app now. So I don't use Discord or anything out like that. So it's called Session.
I should get. How would I find you on Session? I'll create a Session account and I'll give you my name. I'll talk to you on Session. How's that sound?
Yeah. But you can. It exists on all platforms. If you install it, and right now while we're talking on your Windows PC, you can actually create the account and you can show us the QR code or the ID.
Okay, I go to session.com or where's Session?
Just search for Session on Google and show us the screen. I can guide you. It's quite easy. It's like 2 minute task max.
Here I go again. The rendezvous never seem to end. Know where I'll be, make this confession. Back in her bed, another goddamn session. I'll never learn session. That was my band called The Offspring. They're still around, but that was when we were growing up. Session, keep coming back for session. His name of the song was Sessions. We think of. We had to sing that. Yeah, Offspring. I think it was their first or second album, Session. Anyway, when we were younger, yeah, I'll look into it. Maybe I'll do it. I did that once with Discord. I became friends with a bunch of Discord people. I barely talked to any of them.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I do this again. I don't really feel like it. Maybe I'll do it later.
But it was just a tip for you if you don't want to give out your phone number, and Dom are not happy.
No,
with that.
I'm not secretive with my phone number. It's just I know there are a few trolls here who'll never hear. I'll have some people call me 24/7. I already know it. So
yeah.
it's only
Yeah,
a few bad eggs ruin the batch, or bad apples, or whatever. Yes. Now,
Yeah.
Xenesis, what did you want to talk about? You want to ask Denmark guy something? Or?
Yeah, actually, I had a question. I wanted to ask Denmark guy because there's a stereotype that Danish people tend to be really bold in their communication style, and I wanted to ask if this is true. If there's some truth to it.
Yeah, now I know from an American point of view, there's such a short distance in terms of geography in Europe, and also in terms of if you measure the genetic distance between populations. So there's actually not that big of a difference compared to the US. But I've been to I've met people from around Europe, especially French people, Spanish people, and German people, as I've lived in Germany for half a year. And what I can say is that the German people and Scandinavian, I also know Finnish people. Finns are special, but anyways, Germans and Northern Europeans in general, or some, it's basically they're really, 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 really similar. But in Scandinavia, it is more less hierarchical. There's less hierarchy, and it is. Maybe a little bit more kind of atmosphere-ish. I remember in Germany, I remember when I went to university, it was dominated by Danish people who was in the class. There was French people and Spanish people, and there was a couple of and then I can't hear you. See, he's speaking to his brother. Okay, but anyways, then
we can't hear you.
yeah, we can't hear you. Your mic.
Can you hear me? No?
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
now.
Oh, my question was this when you went abroad to Germany, or was this at your university in Denmark? Where did all these Spanish and French and Germans in the classes? Was in Germany or in Denmark?
It was when I went to exchange in Berlin.
So you were at the exchange with other Europeans who were coming to the exchange.
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
and they were ethnically European. And but one thing that I remember in class, it was so weird that people from other cultures they spoke to the teacher or the lecturer with his last name, and they are. It's probably you can comment on this sentences in terms of Vienna and so on, but we will never ever do that in North Europe. It will be, and we looked at each other and was like, it will be seen as super try hard if you spoke to your teacher with her or his last name.
What would you call them? What would you call them? You would say, "Hi, Frank."
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing that is normal. I have never in my life heard anyone spoke to the teacher in Denmark with their last name. It will be it will be looked upon like you are trying like ultra hard to lick their ass. But it's it's way more normal and common other places in Europe and probably also in the US and so on. But I just remember it was so weird, and also at the end of the semester, you could see groups of people giving the teacher, like a small gift or something like that.
Come on.
I have a little.
That could never happen in Denmark as well. So
I'll get it. You stay here. Wait. I'll be right back. You hold the fort. I think Brother Click is burning out. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. He'll go to midnight. I'll stay up a little longer. It's not that I don't want to talk to you. I can tell. Remember, he works 6 days a week. It's his night off, and he's just starting to burn out.
Yeah.
But hold the fort and see what they talk about. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute this. So I'll mute this in case you fall asleep.
But I'm aware that in the Anglo culture, it's probably more common to do it. I've never in my life. It was so weird just to see students like being so kind towards the teacher. I'm not saying be rude in Denmark, but it's a flat structure. It's way more flat in Scandinavia. It's like your boss could be maybe not your friend, but you can make a joke with your boss or something like that. So yeah.
How do you, because for us in Austria, calling someone by the last name is pretty normalized. We do that like always. We do this like everywhere. When you go to the doctor, if you go, I don't know, in a work environment. We also like, regarding titles, academic titles, we're also like really strict. If someone has like a bachelor or something like this, or master, or I don't know, or some magister, they expect you like to pronounce the title, because I don't know, it's like they're like really proud of their titles, and they will also want to show it off. I don't know why it is, because I know this is an Austrian thing mainly, and in Germany isn't that common. I mean, in Germany it happens, but it isn't like that prevalent. How is it in Denmark regarding titles?
Yeah, we don't have any kind of that. No. I think, everything is just flat, in terms of the power structure in Northern Europe. I have no idea about who my former professors, what the specific like title is, I would never ever think about speaking to my professor in last name or anything like that. Yeah. So
sounds pretty grounded, actually. Way better than here.
Yeah, it could be better. There's probably reasons for why culture has evolved to become as they are still today, somewhat, And if you speak to older Danish people, they would probably say it was more strict, as you are saying in Austria. It was probably more like that back in the old days, but for the last 30 years where I have lived, I have never in my life
what are we talking about here?
Experienced anything as
what
you're saying.
Whatever you can't finish, I'll take. Yeah, he's getting tired. He's burning out. What's the topic du jour? We're talking about what? Something calling. Are we still talking about professors and calling them by their last name, or what are we talking about? Well, I remember I saw a TV show once called Summer Heights High, which is an Australian show. And we noticed how in the public schools were similar to American public schools, high schools, except everyone wore uniforms, even in a public school. And they called the teachers, the male teachers, sir, and the female teachers, miss. And I remember that movie with Sidney Poitier that took place in England, where they would call to sir with love. So I guess in British schools, they say sir and miss. In American schools, it's more, you do use the last name. You say Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so. And in college, you would say Professor Smith, Professor Jones, or just say professor. I wouldn't call a professor by his first, hey, Bob, hey, Frank. So you're saying that in the German-speaking or Germanic countries, Teutonic countries, you call your professor, Hans or Heinrich or whatever? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that correct, Xenesis? You agree? Is that what we're talking about here? We're learning about your culture here.
Yeah. It's. I also mentioned Denmark. I also said to Denmark that Austria is a country which is really strict regarding titles and speaking out those titles, because they're really proud of their academic achievements, and they also want to show it off. But it isn't that.
Stop. Let's say Arnold Schwarzenegger was your professor. Would you say, hey, Arnold? Would you say, hey, Arnie? What would you say? What would you call him? Professor Schwarzenegger? What would you call
depends on which academic background he has, which talent he has. But usually, if he doesn't have any titles, I would say just Herr Schwarzenegger.
Okay, wait, Herr Schwarzenegger. That'd be Mr. Schwarzenegger. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Denmark guy is telling us in Denmark that say, "Hi, Arnie. How you doing, Arnie?" Is that what you're trying to tell us? Because it seems in Austria they're calling him Mr. Schwarzenegger, Herr Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I mean like Denmark guy said, like the last stream we spoke, the Easter stream, that he mentioned that I'm really that I'm really polite.
No, not just you. What would the other students? What would be the common? You might call him Herr Schwarzenegger. Would the other students do the same? What would be the common greeting in Austria? Is what I'm asking.
This is a common greeting.
Right. You say Herr Schwarzenegger. Okay. I guess in Denmark you'd be saying Arnie, Arno. What's up, Arnie?
Yeah.
Hello, Arno. Yeah.
But this is what I want to.
Very informal. You getting tired? How you doing? Right? He's getting ready. He's burned now. Go ahead. Yeah.
This is what I wanted to mention because I thought about it actually regarding this politeness thing. I'm aware that from my experience, because I live here, most Austrians are not really polite, really, but we are really polite when it comes to those kinds of greetings. And
I totally understand. Yeah. It was the same impression I had in Germany with. When I went there, that there's a distance between formal and informal kind of like culture or something like that.
Because we have also there's in English there's also only one thing which you can like there's only I think how do you describe it? There's one thing how you can describe one person. This is like you, and in German there is du, and this is like the informal way, and the formal way would be sie.
Yeah, it's so funny. In Danish, it's du, as you say, it's the informal, and then we have the formal one is di, du or di.
Di. Interesting.
But di today, it's not. I think it's the boomers' parents would use it maybe, but maybe the boomers in their childhood. But after that, you wouldn't really hear it anymore. I've never heard it being used. When I've read like old Danish literature or something like that, they use di in text and shit, but not today. No.
No, I was trying to think of some famous Danes, and what's her name? The chick from Red Dawn, was she Danish? Not Red Dawn. Who was that bitch? Red Sonja. She was Danish, right?
Oh yeah,
Bridget Nielsen, is that her name? Bridget Nielsen. She's Danish, right?
Yeah. the woman with the big tits.
Yeah, and there was a song. Yeah, she was in a Schwarzenegger movie, because we were talking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Red Sonja was the name of the movie. Yes. And there was also, do you know a band about cocaine and crack? And if you want to ride, don't ride the white horse, ride the white pony. They were Danish. Ride the white pony, don't ride the white horse. So I'm trying to think of famous Danes, and you got Legoland. Think about Denmark. You got Legoland, and you got So I'm trying to think of Denmark.
The drummer from Metallica.
Well, I'm trying to think. Right. Oh yeah. Lars. I'm trying to understand why Denmark is so informal, because you think it would be a more Teutonic, serious country.
Yes.
Because Denmark sounds less formal than Austria, so I'm trying to understand why this country is so informal.
I think it's because the short story is Scandinavian people don't really are not interested in why they are as they are. But anyways, I think as all this black pill shit becomes more obvious, I think it's because Denmark is this peninsula where people, it's like there was a small amount of people and they are basically all family in this small area where they are somewhat isolated, and then everybody just becomes kind of like family, and you can see it in the history because people took their children and sent them to the next town to live with some stranger in their house and shit. There's all these.
Right. So Denmark's a very small country. It's half peninsula, half island, right? Is it Zealand or Jutland or one of those? Okay. So the point is, you're saying everyone's basically inbred to some extent, but then wouldn't foreigners kind of threaten that informal family, familial,
access to a
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. This is my own. I'm trying to be academic on this, but I haven't. Uh, we don't. But the funny part is that you're not told anything about it. It's like in school, anything like that. But I think the explanation would be something like that: a small starting population that is somewhat isolated in the north of Europe, and in order to survive, you basically have to cooperate, and if you don't cooperate, you basically get killed. And over time,
Right, but
people
I've always said, like I said, Danes are weird because you're Scandinavian, but as far as you're the most German you're the most Germanic of the Scandinavians. You're more Germanic than Swedes or Norwegians, but you're not fully Germanic either, the way an Austrian would be. So you're in this weird sort of Venn diagram. You're technically Scandinavian, but you're heavily, there is a Germanic component because of you're attached to lower Europe. So Denmark is unique, small Scandinavian, but more Germanic than the other Scandinavian countries. Is that an accurate?
Yeah, you could probably say it like that. Yeah,
Right.
especially Sweden. They're neighboring Finland and Russia and But I think Norway is
Sweden does not border Russia. Norway stretches up and borders Russia.
Yeah, but it's just around the corner. That's
okay.
But also Denmark is this flat country compared to Norway and Sweden, which also somewhat facilitates something in the culture that people probably could travel easier and so on and so forth. But yeah, I guess Swedish and Norwegian and Danish culture is quite similar. I've met people from there, and they are more nature oriented because they have all these mountains. And
well, yeah, they got the mountains. The only place you can find brown bears and moose really is in upper Scandinavia. Even though moose will swim across to Denmark. So you're right. It's more. I guess the ruggedness of Europe is still in northern. Sweden, Norway, Finland. Okay, whatever you call that peninsula. I understand. So you're in like sort of a weird gray area. You're Scandinavian, but not to that extent. But you're Germanic, but not German proper. That's what I'm saying. It's a unique kind of halfway zone between the German lands, Germanic Teutonic lands, and the Scandinavia proper. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
American trying to guess.
Yeah. It's definitely. I think it was a nice area to settle. Instead of the mountains. And
right, like you said, it was flat. It was good for farming, good for cow pasture, grazing. Yes, it was like hardy land. Yeah, I understand. All right, I'm going to come back. Brother Click's got to go to bed. I can tell he's out of it, and this tea's going to go right through you. So, I'll be right back, guys. Get a good topic going. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let's put him to bed, and I got to get some more tea. All right.
Yeah,
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night. Yeah.
Topics.
Yeah, what could it be? Okay, so after the first 10 years of schooling you have, what do you call it in Austria? It's just like basic schooling, and then after that we have gymnasia. You also have that.
We have it's called gymnasium. Yeah, I think it's the same.
Did you go to gymnasia?
No, I went to Volksschule, Mittelschule, and after Mittelschule I went to a Fachschule. This culinary school.
Yeah. We have the same thing, kind of like.
And after that, I went to a kindergarten school for 5 years.
But the thing was, how grading in Denmark, since in gymnasia and also in primary school up to gymnasia, we have you get grades based on your handwritten assignments and the average of that, and then you also get a grade for it's basically a grade for your attendance and how you act. It's like a grade. It's not only your raw brain skills.
Also.
Yeah.
Behavior, very much. We don't have this thing.
Okay. Yeah.
We just only get like Zeugnis is called. It's like a report at the end of the year.
Okay, everyone gets kicked off. These Euro cells get kicked off. Brother Click just went to bed, asshole. You could at least said hi to Brother Click. You saw me put him to bed. I'm super excited to get back to work. I'm not repeating myself. Well, for you, I'll repeat myself. I was hoping to come on. I wanted to talk about Social Security. Can I apply for SSI? Waiting for SSDI. I'm so glad I didn't take out a fucking loan for a brand new car that I'd be paying off for the next 7 or 8 years. My brother's upset because, well, you don't have the money for these cars. I bought a car for $3,000. I put it on a credit card. I go back to work and pay it off. I want to apply, and I want to ask you about the application process. This is what I really wanted to talk about. This is what I was hoping for. My brother would have loved this like an hour ago. Where the hell were you? Nice of you to join us. All right, but yeah. So yes, I'm super excited to get back to work. Gentlemen, continue. Let's see if God.
We can switch up the topic. We don't. It's your show. It's not our show.
No. What? Kill myself. He knows what he's doing. I think he's been lurking. Now he's just popping up now. After I put my brother to bed. Yeah, okay, convenient. You guys. I always tell you, don't be strangers. I allow you guys to talk. Yeah, he wants to play this. I know the game he's playing. I would have loved to have talked to him or at least have him in the chat. But you guys are talking too, and I do want to hear your points, so please go on. Brother Click would have loved to have said hi to you. Thanks, Todd. It's like Santa Claus. Santa Claus was here, but my kid's in bed now. Same thing. Brother Click has to go to bed. He's burned out, and now you want to come on and say, oh, yeah, okay. I think he knows what he's – you guys agree God, our Lord and Savior, knows what he's doing here, but okay.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Actually, no, you can't. One second. Yeah, Brother Click. What? What's his name? Up in Buffalo, Amherst came on. I'll come back for 5 minutes. Like, bullshit. If he trips and falls and breaks his arm and I got to drive him to a hospital drunk, yeah, I can't believe the asshole would do that to me. Go ahead, Zenesis. What would you like to say?
I just wanted to say that our conversations usually, which we have alone, not with you, but are pretty boring for the community, for the viewers. So let's try to.
I don't understand. So you're saying you have boring conversations, but you come on my show just to continue these boring conversations. Now, listen, Santa Claus was here. He came in just after the kids went to bed. See this bullshit?
You brat bastard.
Have you thought about buying a moped?
Someone asked me that yesterday. Who was that said that I should buy a moped? And I said, no, fuck no.
Yes.
I agree. Hey, we got 2 Euro cells, and we got because earlier, buddy, before Zenesis and Denmark guy. I'm glad to talk to them. Zenesis just admitted everything we talk about is boring. I'm bored too. My conversations are boring. I'm like, what? Why do you come on and talk?
No.
What?
I said my conversations with Dev Pike in Denmark are boring.
They're boring guys.
Are really boring. They're really analytical, objective.
It's not just that. We're all lookists deep down. Whether I'm talking to a Chad or a fucking ugly fuck, I want to know the other human being I'm talking to. And I think hearing voices is getting annoying. Yes, I think more of it, when you see a face, we're all like that. We're all lookists to an extent. Yeah. But no.
I would like to,
what do you want to say?
I would like to comment that I was quite amazed that you still have that old monitor of yours that. It's many years since I've seen a monitor that is not widescreen.
One of the very first, before it's thick, but it was thin for its time.
Yeah.
When I was finishing up college, 20 years ago.
That says a lot about you. You're wise with your money.
Yeah, well, brother, I find something I like. I keep it until it breaks, and this is finally starting to break. If I like something, I still wear the same pair of sneakers. When it falls apart, I buy the same exact type,
Yes.
Point is, I don't want to keep Brother Click up. We're happy to talk to both of you. I only called them down because Santa Claus arrived.
Yes.
Earlier, I said I want to talk about SSI, SSDI, the Starlings have nothing to offer. I like the Euro cells, but who cares about Euro cells? I told Totem, you're not an American. Yeah. You can't tell me shit about Social Security. Now we get Christ himself. Now Christ, he was just waiting. He's playing that game. We know the game that Christ is playing.
He loves to tease us.
He's a tease. He's a prick tease. This is what we call a prick tease.
Yes.
Do you have any Christian decorations in your home, like on the cross?
Yeah, in fact, I have a picture of. Okay, I got a crucifix nailed to the wall. You know what a crucifix is?
Yeah.
Three-dimensional Christ. And I for my Easter stream, I think it was, I took a photo of it and I photoshopped or put Zenesis' face on it because he's apparently the Chad. Let me pull that up. Why not?
So it's actually a picture you took yourself with your camera. I thought it was something from Google or something.
No, let me see if do I have that somewhere? Give me a sec. Let me see if I can find it. I'll pull it up. Where is it? There it is. Here it is. Yeah, that's I deleted the original photo. Yes, that's an old crucifix. That's actually a funny story. You want to tell the story? You're half asleep. You're going to bed soon. Yeah. You want to tell the story about that crucifix, of how we found it, and all, years ago. We know the story. Our parents rented this house. We lived here. We moved out. We moved back in. My father's stroke. Going back in time 25 years, you can tell them the
Yes.
story.
We were in the basement, and I was just jumping up and down, and I went on top one.
You were
of the
like what, like
columns.
15ish?
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
just kind of like in the basement looking around. You hopped up to see the window, and yeah.
And I saw something. I didn't know what it was. So he reached up on his tippy toes. He grabbed a crucifix.
There's someone I can show you a picture. Down in the basement, there are these columns, these sort of cement brick columns, and some previous owner, this house is older. We've had this, my parents rented this place 25 years ago. This house must be 35, 40 years old.
Yeah.
Somebody decided to leave behind this crucifix. So my father nailed it to the wall, and it just sits on the wall. We're not religious, but So I took a photo of it, and then I put, our new Chad Preet Savior guy. I figured Christ was probably, if Christ was real, he was probably pretty brown. So, and this guy's brown. Genesis is brown with dark skin and long hair. So I figured, what else? Yes. You asked me, do we have any religious objects? Because last time, before you go up, he was on the night or two ago, and he's going on about like he encouraged Dumb to go to church. He wants to know if Dumb went to church and prayed, and that's how he got Donda. So yes, that's one religious item we have up. Any others? Or is that about it that you can think of?
There's another crucifix in your room.
Oh yeah, whoever lived here before me had some kind of nail up in the wall, and at some point I took like a crucifix from someone's funeral, and because there's a bare nail, either pull the nail out. So yes, I got a crucifix in my room. You probably, when I stream in my room, you can see it. And I got this crucifix we found in the basement, and I put Zenos's face on it because he's dark skinned and long haired. So I figured he looks like, and he in the movies, the real Christ was probably ugly as fuck. But hey, if they're casting for a movie, I think Zenesis would play a good Christ, a black-pilled Christ. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's still fucking broken. It's got a registry error, and I never bothered to fix it. Yeah, if I can. Yeah.
Yes.
You asked about religious icons. Why?
Yeah, you asking me? Yeah, I don't know. It was just random. It was just random.
Well, yes, that's a photo I took of a crucifix on the wall. We found it in the basement. My father put it on the wall 20 plus years ago. I took a photo of it and added, Zenesis because he's dark skinned and long haired. He looks probably more like the real Christ than how we depict him, if Christ even existed. But yeah.
I have a question to Rosie.
Okay,
But this
since
is
you're here,
nothing to
yes,
do-
good. Since he's here, good job.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
I heard that you in the early streams that you played Diablo 1.
Yes.
Yes.
You can see it in the background.
Yeah.
Diablo 1 was a computer game that I played and I loved.
Yeah.
This is
I'm
Windows 95,
familiar-
95 computer.
I'm familiar with Diablo. I only played Diablo 3 and 4.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask, what was the last video game you played?
Oh, that's a good
Something
question.
old, probably some old Nintendo game,
No,
yeah.
no, honestly, no. Years ago, I got a brand new computer so I could play Far Cry 2
That's a
and
good
Call of Duty Black Ops 3. The most modern games I ever played, Call of Duty Black Ops 3 and Far Cry 2. And I enjoyed those games.
Black Ops 3 came out, I think, 2015, 16, something like this.
Yeah, that
It's
sounds
really-
about right. Yeah.
Yeah. How did you like it? How was it for you? Did you like it?
I thought it was a great game. I mean, on multiplayer, I sucked. I would join the games, and I would get killed every 2 minutes. But I loved the campaign. I loved exploring all the islands and finding all the bases and killing people. Campaign, I love. Multiplayer, I suck at.
What Call of Duty games did you play before? Was this your only Call of Duty? The first Call of Duty game you played?
Yes, my first Call of Duty was Call of Duty Black Ops 3. It was the only Call of Duty game I ever played. I know there's a new one out, and I'm thinking about buying it, but Call of Duty switched to multiplayer only. Apparently, the campaign is weak, and I'm not really a multiplayer guy.
Yeah.
I want a strong campaign game. If I can't get a strong campaign, I'm kind of turned off by it.
Yeah. OC, what type of gamer are you?
I never got past Nintendo or Sega Genesis. I like to play Civ 3, but I can't play that because that's on my XP computer, which I got to fix. It's got a registry error, so yeah.
He's a turn-based strategy kind of guy.
Turn-based strategy.
Although I like Contra for Nintendo.
Okay, there's that.
Now we're Toe Jam and Earl for Sega Genesis, which is kind of all over the place. Yeah.
We'll call him a retro gamer.
I'm a retro gamer. Playing the stuff that was new when I was a kid. I'm a retro
Yeah.
gamer. Okay.
It's not retro to him, but it's retro to
To
everyone
you
else.
guys. Yeah. I play games that you consider retro. That to me were like my childhood.
So basically, brother Click is more the gamer between you two.
Of the two of us, compared to me, he's more of a gamer. But
Yeah.
But compared to you guys, probably not. What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, what you're doing is more advanced than what I do.
We gotta fix up your old computer. You got a new computer. The old one we gotta fix up. We replaced the CPU and the fan and all that shit, but it's still not working. Get it fixed up, make just a gaming computer for older games.
Okay,
But yeah.
we'll see if we can do that.
I mean, like there's
what are we referring to? GNU Linux? What is he referring?
I have no idea.
Linux is the operating system.
No, I understand. I think he's talking to Thule. I think he's okay.
Oh.
Totem is laughing smugly in Linux. GNU / they're having a side conversation. Yeah, we were talking about what video games we play. Yeah, I got a Nintendo. Hey, show him the Nintendo. I actually do have this. Let's see. Careful. You're going to bed in a minute. Hold on. Is that stuff in that?
Yes.
Did I just spill on you? Okay. We're both drunk and tired. There we go. I called you back. I had to take the cover off. The thing wasn't fucking working. This is a Nintendo. That's a cartridge that has like 30 some odd games that his coworker gave him. We were playing that. So this is an old Nintendo, from 40 years ago. Took the cover off to fiddle with it so I can get it to play again. And you can see there's like 100 some odd games on this cartridge. We'll do a stream where we play the game. All right. I'm sorry, brother. Click.
That's okay. Yeah.
Fuck it. All right. So yeah.
Does it still work? Like
yes. It works. I took it apart. I boiled the pin. I fiddled with it. It's touch and go, but yeah, it'll occasionally work. That's what you're not supposed to leave the cartridge in. I did because I'm afraid if I take it out, it won't work again.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
All right. Should I put you to bed? Now these are good conversations, but you're falling asleep.
We'll keep going.
Well, should I give you some tea? I just spilled a bunch on you.
No, I'm good.
I just spilled tea on my brother. Take the show. I'm trying tea. I just fucked up. Yeah, I knocked it over. See.
shit.
Is there nicotine in your vape?
Yes, I don't vape marijuana. This is nicotine. Yes, I replace cigarettes, tobacco with nicotine vape. Yes. 10 years ago when vape became a thing.
Yes.
I started smoking when I was a teenager. In my 30s, I switched to vape, and I've been vaping for about 10 years now. About
Yes.
That's good, man. So you totally quit it, tobacco.
I replaced cigarettes, analog cigarettes. You light up, inhale tobacco with nicotine vape. So I'm sorry about that, buddy. Let me put this over here. Okay, there we go. Good. Sorry, I just spilled. I feel bad. I was trying to show him the Nintendo because it's right there. Yeah,
it's okay.
We're talking about video. Well, Zenith says thank you for asking Bro C a question that's relevant because he's getting tired, but that piqued his interest. Yeah. Okay. What else would you guys like to talk about?
I have a lot of more questions.
Go ahead. Yeah. First, we had Santa Claus briefly. We know he's lurking, but he's not going to tell. Okay. So go ahead. What questions do you have, Zenith?
Wanted to ask you with what kind of TV shows you guys grew up with? What did you watch?
Grew up with 5, 10, 15, 20. I mean, what age? Because like as little kids, there are shows you might not know because you're Euro cells. As little children, I would watch Sesame Street, 3-2-1 Contact, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. These are shows all American kids would probably know, but you might not.
Sesame Street is also here.
Okay, so Sesame, when I was really young, like Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, 3-2-1 Contact, Care Bears, the Smurfs, Rainbow Bright. When I was really young, Transformers, G.I. Joe, He-Man. Yeah. So when I was really young, you're talking about when I was a teenager, or what were we talking about?
Like what kind of shows did you watch when you were like teenagers, and what kind of shows did you love?
Again, you guys aren't American. When I was like a teenager, there's a network here in the United States. It's called the Fox Network. And at that time, Fox was pretty hot. All the best shows came on Fox. I would watch Married with Children, X-Files, Simpsons. Yeah, I don't know if they know American TV
Family
networks.
Guy.
Well, Family Guy came later, but a bit later. But it seemed like Fox had all the dominant shows when we were growing up. Prime, what they call, I don't know if you know the terms, prime time, between 8 and 10. All the best shows during our youth, our teenage years, were on the Fox Network. Today, that's no longer the case. But during that time period, we're going back almost 30 years now, Fox was the dominant player. So it was mostly sitcoms and, shows like that when we were growing up. Yeah. X-Files, Simpsons,
Sliders.
Married with. I don't know if you know these shows. Married with Children. It was mostly on Fox. Fox was like the dominant power back then.
Well, I mean, the Fox channels exist nowadays, right? But it's more.
It still exists, but it's past its prime. At that point in time, it was the dominant. It was relatively newish, and at that point in time, we've since moved on. Cable came up. A lot of the cable. I don't know if you know what cable is. Cable channels got more shows. Now we have streaming. But at that time, when we were, remember, he's going to be 40. I'm 43. It was different when we were teenagers. There was no streaming. Cable TV, we call cable, the extra channels you pay for, it existed, but there really weren't any original cable shows.
Yeah.
The dominant network, TV network at that time in America was the Fox network. Fox, not Fox News, that didn't exist. I'm talking about the Fox broadcast network. So we watched a lot of shows on Fox growing up, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. I have one more question, but this is not related to TV shows. I wanted to ask you, what was life like before the internet? But I think you had internet, not like the internet we know, but I think you were born in the beginning of the internet kind of thing.
Yeah, it's funny. Couple things. Okay, we'll probably go better if this will explain. Okay, couple things I want to say. You might hear something like, "Oh yeah, back in the 1940s, they put two computers together, two of these big analog computers. That was the birth of the internet." Okay, for all intents and purposes, the internet didn't become a thing until I was a teenager. Dial-up. I remember when I was like 14, I saw a commercial. It was for life insurance, and a guy was standing there. And he was in a nice suit, black background. He goes, "For our life insurance policy, call our in America, there are 1-800 numbers. Call toll-free phone number 1-800 whatever, or visit our website." It was the first time I ever saw a website. It was https:// all that. I was probably like 14ish. The internet didn't really become a thing until I was a teenager. And you got to remember, you don't know what you're missing until you don't have it. Like we were talking about, YouTube is about 20 years old now.
Yeah.
It came about when I was in my mid-20s. It's nice to have. I wouldn't want to live without it, but before you have it, you don't know what you're missing. And when dial-up internet first came out, I used to think, why can't you watch TV on the internet? You couldn't do that back then. There was no YouTube. Why isn't there a free encyclopedia? There was that Encarta CD-ROM, like Encarta encyclopedia, but there was no Wikipedia. So when I was a teenager and dial-up internet was new, a lot of people didn't have computers. It was still very common, even into my 20s, to say, "Do you have a computer with internet access?" That wasn't commonplace. And I remember thinking, why isn't there like a free Wikipedia or a free encyclopedia? Why can't you watch like TV shows like you would on a TV, but on the internet? So I used to wonder, why can't we do that? Because you couldn't do that in the early days of dial-up. Yeah, you guys take that for granted because you're only, 28? So you're going to be you were born in 2006 or 2007? Did I get your age right?
1996.
Oh, that's right. You're going to be 30. So 96, 06, 16, 20. Okay, you're going to be 30. My apologies. Okay, so you would have been in the cradle. You probably wouldn't notice. Yeah, in 1996, even if you were lucky enough to have a computer, you'd have to pay the cable company for dial-up internet, which was slow. And if you did that, there was no Wikipedia, there was no YouTube. You couldn't. There were chat rooms, there were message boards, but there was so it wasn't. But here's the thing. Prior to that, there was nothing like that. So even though it seems primitive today, it seems primitive now. At the time, being a teenager, this was like nothing else before. It was like the future. Yeah,
it was brand new.
I'm 1990, so I'm 34. But I remember that. I just remember that I played RuneScape on dial-up, and that was like. And then my parents got the bill. Dude, it was. I think the internet took off. The nice period of the internet was from 2006 to 2012. It was like everybody had fast enough internet.
See, I don't know what it was like in Denmark. I remember in this country when dial-up was new, you had to be careful. You had to say, okay, I've been on the internet too long. I'm sitting at my PC. I've been on the internet for an hour or two. I'm gonna get a big phone bill. I better disconnect. And sometimes people would forget to shut it off, and they'd get like a huge phone bill because even though they weren't on the computer, the internet was still connected, and you get this huge phone bill. So yes, as a teenager, there was that. I'm on the internet. I better get off soon. I've been on for quite. People used to say in chat rooms like, I've been on now for about over an hour. I should probably get off. The internet wasn't something you did 24/7. I think you're right. By the mid 2000s, it became 20. And also, one other thing I wanted to mention. You might not know these. I remember when I was a kid, most people, at least in the town I grew up in, did not own computers, and the internet dial-up didn't really exist yet. So TV shows, television shows, would use computers almost like a magical device. There was an American TV show called Doogie Howser.
Yes.
Doogie Howser was this whiz kid. He had a computer, but no one watching that show. No one said, "What software is he using?"
Yeah.
No one asked that because a computer was still a luxury item. Same with like a kids TV show called Ghost Writer. The one kid had a computer, and the ghost could use the computer to write any letters he wanted to him. It was a kid's educational show. So computers were almost like magical devices that the masses had no knowledge of. So no one said, what operating system is that? What software is that? Because most people didn't have computers.
Yeah.
So some TV shows, when I was a kid, would use computers almost like magical open-ended devices, and no one knew any better. You can't do that now because now we'd say, what the hell operating system is that? Is that Microsoft Word? What program is that? But back then, so people would use computers as like on television shows as like this magical device. Yeah, you'd agree with that?
I would agree. Yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How were the people back then? Because I hear a lot of I heard like a lot of anecdotes that people before the internet era used to be like, I don't know, way better. Like,
Yeah.
It's hard to say because we stopped. First, if I was a kid or a teenager, it's hard. Part of it is it time period or is it where you are in life? Like as a kid, when you're a 10-year-old kid, you might think, oh, adults are nice. Then you become an adult and you realize adults were nice to me because I was a kid, but adults are assholes. So it might not even have anything to do with the time period. It might be as a 10-year-old kid, adults seem nice to each other. When you're a grown up, all the childishness stops. Yeah. That's only because I was a kid. So I don't know how much of his time period. I don't think human behavior has changed dramatically. No. So it depends on not just the calendar, but how old you are. So at 10 years old, adults seem nice, but they're being nice to me because I'm a kid. When I became an adult, adults are assholes. Childhood never really ends. So I don't know how much is calendar and how much is just where you are in life. Yeah.
Yeah, because most people, like, especially boomers, they say like that the younger generations don't tend to go out anymore because of smartphones, internet, and stuff this, and they're more shut in, and because of that they're lacking social skills.
Well, let me share one more thing. Let me share one more thing with you. I remember as a teenager when the internet was new. We didn't even have a computer yet. Sure. And I remember my father, a baby boomer, was like, yeah, they seem stupid. Stupid. Computers seem stupid. And my uncle said to him, well, when we were teenagers, there was the party line. I don't know if you guys know what party lines are. Party line is on the telephone where you can dial in and a bunch of people can have a big group chat on the telephone. And my uncle was like, yeah, but when we were teenagers, we couldn't wait to get on the party line. And our parents thought that was stupid. So the internet is like a modern day party line. So even the baby boomers had their thing that I remember Uncle Rick saying it's like the party lines from when we were younger. The party line where multiple people can dial into a number. You can have like a group chat on the telephone. That was new-ish and really big in like the 70s as opposed to previous times. And my grandparents thought that was stupid. In the 60s and 70s, they thought party lines were stupid. Why not just go to the bar? Why not just go to the, whatever, the club? Why do you want to get on a phone and talk to a bunch of random people? And then even later on with the CB radios, you know what a CB Citizens Band radio is? Truckers. Why would you want to get on a CB radio and talk to random people? So our grandparents, Great Depression, World War II generation, didn't understand party telephone lines and didn't understand CB radios. They said, just go down to the club or the bar. Why do you want to talk to random strangers? So, my father criticized the internet. You don't know who you're talking to, but, he was guilty of the CBs and the party telephone lines. So, yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. Everything was just. It was just. I remember each year that passed, there was like more dopamine in your brain because it was like technology was improving so fast. And I remember clearly when society hugely changed. It was around 2012 to 2013 where everybody could buy a good smartphone and they could have somewhat okay mobile data, because it changed the whole thing. Because when I was in gymnasium, I remember that people maybe had the beginning of the Android smartphones, but they didn't have good mobile data, and the apps weren't optimized for it. So they only had the laptop, and that just restricted people so much because you couldn't just pull out. You had to go and socialize somewhat more, and but now your smartphone is more powerful than your laptop often. So.
And remember, I'm not trying to say I'm so old, but I'm a bit older. I want to tell you, there was a television show which came on HBO. It was called, don't laugh at me, I never really watched it. It was called Sex and the City. And I never really watched Sex and the City. It was about a bunch of girls in New York, women, and dating and that. It's some bullshit show. But they made a movie of Sex and the City. And a few years back, I was flipping through channels, and the movie came out in 2008. I think it was 2008. I was like 26 that year. And this is only a few years back. I'm flipping through the channels, and this movie's on. And one of the girls is at the church. She's going to get married. Yeah. But her bride, her groom to be hasn't shown up. Her husband to be has not shown up. So she goes, maybe he's caught in traffic. Does somebody have a cell phone so I can call him? And one of her girlfriends hands her what was then the very first generation smartphone. Apple phone, Apple iPhone. Yeah. And it was a bit smaller, a bit thicker. It was one of the first ever, smartphones. And she takes it and she's like, I can't work this. And her gay friend says, don't worry, I got a flip phone. And I was at the time that movie came out, I was in my mid-20s. I saw this a few years back, and I'm like, wow, that's a great piece. Like I always talk about in the movie The Graduate, which came out in the later 60s. In the movie The Graduate, if you've ever seen the movie The Graduate, Dustin Hoffman has an affair with Mrs. Robinson. Then he decides he's in love with Mrs. Robinson's daughter. He goes from Los Angeles up to Berkeley, California to be with her. It's the late 1960s, and he moves into this boarding house because he's stalking, the girl next door. And what's his name? Mr. Not Furley, from later on, Roper. Mr. Roper, Norman Feld says, what are you doing here in Berkeley? And Hoffman doesn't want to explain, I'm coming up here because I'm stalking this girl. So he says, I've always wanted to see Berkeley. And Norman Feld, this old conservative guy, says, are you one of those hippie agitators? Are you one of those? And that's a great timepiece for that period, because that was the height of the hippie movement. And I thought when I saw that movie on TV a few years ago, that one scene, I thought that was that Sex and the City movie. Great. She wants a phone. She's handed a smartphone. She says, brand new smartphone. What the fuck is this? What do I do here? Here's a flip phone. I just thought that scene from the late 2000s mirrors the scene from The Graduate in the late 1960s as a great timepiece. So I got to share that. I think Brother Click's got to go to bed in a minute. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? This is my stream. I'm glad we're sharing. Yeah. Okay. So.
But I remember until I was like 16 years old, we used to young people used to meet up, on the streets. It was like, and after school or in the evening or something like that. And I'm not sure if people do that anymore because I don't really see it where I live, but maybe there are some other places and stuff like that. But
they
I
don't do it as much as in the past. But it still happens, but it's more rare.
Yeah.
Then Mark, I wanted to ask you something about. Did you guys solve the Daft Pike issue with the coffee?
No, I don't. I'm not. I was only on last. I don't have his. I don't text him or anything. So it was just what happened.
No, but because I with Daft Pike, I see that he's like really struggling and stuff like this, and I feel really empathy for him.
Yeah,
because he like genuinely like tries to understand the situation what is going on. But
I hope that he takes action upon it. Yeah. In the beginning, I just thought it was banter, but I think it's quite real, So
yeah.
But he has put a lot of thoughts into the. I would. Yeah, I don't know. He should probably just escalate somewhat,
No, because I
continue.
Because I thought that when I first joined the panel, like in the beginning, I said that I want to help people, and I thought for myself, maybe I should like take the Discord handle from Daft Pike and talk with him like privately and try to.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
But the thing.
I'm sorry. What did I miss here? I'll sing Mrs. Robinson when I end stream. Good call. The point I was making with the sex, I flipped the channels, and I remember in like 2008, I was like 26. So I wasn't a kid. I was an adult by then. I was like, done with college. I saw this movie flipping the channels a few years ago, and I remember thinking, this is a couple years ago, 2020, 2021. I remember thinking, wow, that's a great timepiece. That's what I was getting at. I don't know what these two were talking about. Did I miss something? Reacting negatively, no matter what anyone says, clearly weighing on him. What are we talking about? What did I miss? Sing Mrs. Robinson and wait. What did I miss?
We just talk about Dev Pike.
Oh, Dev. Okay. So I put Brother Click to bed. You were talking about Dev Pike. Okay, continue.
Yeah, because I asked them a guy if this coffee issue was solved, or if it's
okay
still persists. And I thought by myself, because I know that Dev Pike is clearly struggling, and it isn't intentional. He doesn't do it on purpose. He's like really struggling because of his brokenness, and I feel genuinely like empathy for this guy. And I thought to myself, all right, since I came on this panel, like I said, like when I first joined the panel, that I wanted to help people.
Well, he values your opinion more than anybody else's. Why? As Todd tells us, lookism. He thinks because he sees you as good looking, and he might be right, you have the most experience with women. So you say you want to help people. He was very dismissive of everybody except for you. So he did a 180. He wants your opinion. So you want to help people. Okay, what do you think? Is the coffee issue settled? I'd like to hear.
This is what I asked earlier, if the coffee issue was solved.
The answer is no. I can tell you. I already know the answer is no. It's not solved. No, he's still pondering it. No.
Yeah, because I'm aware that you guys are like talking like via chats in between the streams, like some of those, not all of them, not all of those guys on the panel. So I thought that this issue is kind of fixed. Yeah, I also thought that I gonna try to like offer Dev Pike my Discord handle so I could contact him. But I still can remember from the old streams, because DBF mentioned there's because I'm a little hesitating because of this because DBF mentioned that Dev Pike is a guy who spams calls and stuff like this. I don't know if this is true.
I like DBF. I don't knock him. I think people hate on him too much. I do like him, but I'll give criticism where criticism's due. He needs attention. He needs a lot of attention. I will give him that. I like talking with him. We have some good talks, but sometimes I'll log on to Discord very briefly. After a few days, I'll log on, see if any messages, and he'll be on and want to talk. I'm like, look, man, I just stopped on briefly. Like I'll check like email. I'll log on to email. Anything new? Okay, log out. I'm still very old fashioned. I log on like we were talking about the internet before. When dial-up internet became a thing, I still have that. I got to get off at some point. Not to the same extent as when we were paying for it, but dial-up. But the point is, I don't have this shit on my phone. So I think he likes having, attention. He needs a lot of attention.
Yeah. I noticed that he's a guy who needs a lot of validation and attention, because every time when he was like, if it was on a panel and you kind of interrupted you, or he got kicked out or something, he was like, let me on. And I was like, cut out. I found it really weird always, but I don't know. It's like his personality. But I know where he's coming from, because it's a thing which is out of his control. He didn't choose to be like this.
Right, and that's what I see in Dev Pike. A lot of people don't like him. Then again, a lot of people don't like me just because. I don't want to be like that, first of all, and I do have that sympathy. I don't dislike Dev Pike. He's got his qualities, but we can also have our criticisms. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. It isn't, I hate Dev Pike, die, nor is it, he's my buddy, I'll stick by him no matter what. It's like, I like some things about him, but it's okay to criticize. I agree with you, Zenesis. I agree.
With Dev Pike especially, but what I'm like so amazed by him is his capability, because you have a personality side of him which is kind of childish, but at the same time he managed to really ask mature, critical questions. There's a side of him which is really mature, and this is reflected in his abilities to ask questions. Because I wouldn't, because in my opinion, he's intelligent.
Well, I think
Yeah, yeah, yes.
he sees you as the friend he always wanted. You said you're friends with a lot of sub fives. I think part of him wishes in real life you could be his. If he's going to be a sub five, he'd like to have a above five friend to sort of help guide him through life. I didn't disconnect Denmark guy. It says device is not connected. So Denmark torso guy, I'm not sure what happened, but yeah. Anyway.
I don't think he's a sub 5 guy though, because he mentioned that.
Well, we're not sure. He showed me a picture he claimed was him, but I don't know. I love him just like you. You show your face, I show my face, for better for worse, warts and all. Gravitas, as the Romans said, gravitas, warts and all. I would like for him to show, and Denmark guy, the two of them should show their faces. Just like you said, human nature. We're all lookist to some extent. I won't judge whether someone's really good looking. Well, I probably will, but it wouldn't be like the end of the world. Whether someone's really good looking or really ugly looking, I still just want to see what they look like. It's more of a gesture. Show who you are. Show your face. Come as you are. No, I didn't save it. He deleted it. He put it in Discord and deleted it. I didn't bother to save it. I have no idea. Who knows? I'd rather him just come on himself and say, hi, I'm Dev Pike. And Denmark guy. I'm Denmark guy. This is what I look like. But, yeah.
I get it, but what do you mean by you want to see faces? Because it's a human nature thing. You mentioned it a couple of times.
Not just human nature. There's also that sense there's a sense of deception. Like during the COVID pandemic, a lot of people complained when you cover yourself up, I can't see your face. It ruins your. And I'm a Spurg. I have a hard enough time understanding facial expressions. It makes it even harder. I'd love to see who I'm talking with to try to get some kind of reading, so to speak. But yeah.
True. Because it makes a lot of. It's really important to see like the facial expressions to recognize social cues, and it's like when somebody only comes in without a camera and just like says something, you can really tell if this person is really seriously telling something by the facial expression, or is it?
I mean this, and I'm not just virtue signaling. A bunch of people said, oh, Xenesis, he's a Chad Preet, so you're simping. There might be some truth to that, but even if you were an ugly fuck, I thank you for showing your face. I was lenient with people, but it's like, just show who you are. Whatever you look like, come as you are. So Xenesis, I thank you for showing yourself. And even Cassandra, despite her disagreements, I thank her for showing herself. I'm getting tired of this. I'm afraid to show my face. Oh, yeah, my family might see it. It's like, you fucking pussy. So whoever you are, thank you for showing your face. So thank you, Xenesis, and the others who have shown their faces. I'm getting tired of listening to voices. So yeah.
Maybe I can draw. Maybe I can get other people to show their faces, like later on. I know it's a personality dependent, but
well, you're saying no. I think the opposite. People see you and they'll say, "Oh no, I can't show my face now. He has a better jawline than I do." You might actually turn people away from showing their faces.
I don't know, because there's this person called.
Well, no, stop. You didn't get Denmark guy or Dev Pike to show their face. So don't start boasting to me about your ability. But go ahead. There's this guy.
But I've noticed that people are more willing to come out. In general, when I'm kind of on.
You're saying you're such a Chad Preet that they just.
No, I'm not saying because
it's flock to you because you're here. I should be grateful to have you as a guest star. Okay, thank you, Xenesis.
It's not a brag thing. It's a thing which.
It's a brag thing. Yeah, it's a little bit of a brag thing. It's okay.
No, it's a thing which you observed. That people tend.
Well, I've noticed. Actually, this is the truth now. I'm not even saying that. What I've noticed with you, when I don't know if it's you specifically. It's like the Euro cluster, you and or Dev Pike. Yeah. You're in Austria, England, Denmark guy in Denmark. I've gotten for the past few streams, it's been some combination of Euro cells. My brother was talking before about meetup in Berlin. I've noticed you bring in a lot of Euro. I couldn't get Cassandra to come on. Even for you, I couldn't get Cassandra on. But yeah, you bring in the Euro cells, or you're like the Euro starlings. You're like a different branch of starling that flies in. You, Denmark guy, and Xenesis, Dev Pike, you're like the Euro starlings. I'm getting you all in like one cluster. I've noticed that. And maybe Denmark guy feels more comfortable talking, or even Dev Pike feels more comfortable talking to a European as opposed to him. I'm just speculating. All right. Unless you think it's just your face. I don't know. It's just your face. I don't know.
Yeah, but it could be also because of the relatable aspect when it comes to living in Europe.
Right, as opposed to talking to another American. Yeah. I understand, yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, Cassandra, you don't have to come on for long. Come on, because I want to see faces. I'm tired of talking of hearing voices. You want to come on for 5 minutes because Genesis thinks you're here to laugh at me and for your own validation. You guys can disagree. Let's bring on the Cassandra if if she really wants to be my buddy, because I don't think she's my friend. I think I agree with you, Genesis. She's here for validation. She doesn't know how to be a friend with a Spurg. So, but at least she shows her face. I'll give her that. If she wants to come on, great. If not, and I'd rather talk to Todd about Social Security disability and neat bucks, but. Hey, if that's not an option, we'll do this instead. I'll talk to a bunch of Euros and my bestie in Arizona, Cassandra. And if she doesn't come on, she's getting booted. So she's got a choice. She's got 5 seconds to think about it. Okay, I know that she's coming on. Can't blame her. I'll boot her. But all right. So what else is there to discuss? Okay. I think, you bring in the Euro cells, you turn off Americans. Cassandra's not a cell. She's pretty much a normie. Americans don't seem to want to come on when you're on. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know why. Because it's Europeans tend to be more straightforward.
I admire, as an American Spurg, I admire that. I really do.
Yeah, because, for example, there's a stereotype that Danish people, German people from Norwegian tend to be like on average straightforward in the communication style, and we on Austria also say because Austrian doesn't like Americans because we find Americans really superficial because they always want to small talk.
You can call me ugly. You can hate me for being ugly, but you want to hate me because I'm an American? Okay, well, thank you, buddy. You hate me because I'm an American. Okay. I can tolerate your looks. I'm friends with lots of ugly fucks, but I hate Americans. Okay, thanks. Okay,
no, I didn't say I hate you. I just meant because
you're kind of implying that, yeah.
I said Austrians tend to dislike Americans because of the communication style. Because Austrians deem their communication style as superficial, where we Austrians and Germans tend to be more introverted. We're more closed off. And it
let's talk specifics. Forget about generalizations. Let's talk you and me. How do I strike you? Typical American? Your own? I know you're more intellectual. Do I strike you as a typical American? Kind of normal? Kind of what is your assessment? What you know about? Okay, what you know about American stereotypes and Austrian stereotypes, and you as an individual and me as an individual. What is your synopsis?
I mean, the reason why I came on in the first place is because I knew that you are not the typical American and you're really straightforward.
Well, maybe I am more typical. You just don't know it because you have your stereotypes. You never know. But
probably
not. But yeah.
But I saw there's a similarity wise kind of because I knew my communication style is pretty straightforward because I also grew up in this environment where I live. And you reminded me kind of this communication style. But for
you're saying, even though I'm an American, my communication style is more Austrian-like, is what you're saying? Kind of? Is that what you're trying to say?
Austrians tend to be more indirect, but you go more the route of being more straightforward.
Am I more American or Austrian? Because I think I'm a Spurg, and people say, you're not a Spurg. So what are you saying? I'm not like the typical American? I'm more like an Austrian or not?
I wouldn't say you're like the typical American. I would say you're more like the typical German or something like this.
Interesting. Okay. Sehr gut, mein Freund. All right, let me introduce you to another American. Hang tight. I think she's here to laugh at me and get wet for you. Here's the lovely from Arizona or California, wherever the hell she says she's from. Here's Cassandra. Cassandra, who is like the only step above a totem or a penny pounder is that she'll actually show her face. Okay.
Hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
He's so giddy.
What?
What did you wanted to talk about?
Nothing. I don't have anything that I want to talk about. OC just really wants me to come on.
All right. Wait. We can talk about anime.
I'm sorry. I got it first. I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. Pass some water, get another tea. Her mic is kind of loud. Either turn down your mic or I should try to lower it somehow. Her volume is very loud. No, what I said was, I think I made this clear. Denmark guy wouldn't show his face. I'm getting tired of hearing voices. At least Cassandra will show her face. If people want to come on, I want to see people. I'm a lookist. So Cassandra agreed to come on, show her face. I asked you, Zenesis, why she's here. Your opinion is it's to basically laugh at us and validation and external validation and go and fuck Chad. You might be right. So I wanted you guys to. I wanted to have people come on who I could actually see, as opposed to Denmark guy and Dev Pike who are pissing me off. Let's see if her mic is working. If not, I'll turn it down. Say something.
Hello, I turned it down. Is it better?
Better-ish. I'll be right back. Give me.
Better-ish.
So we
Yeah,
want to debate, basically.
yeah, I guess so. But I don't think there's anything to debate. I just don't agree with like saying that I'm only here for attention. Like, I don't know. Why do you make friends? For attention? Like, do you count that as wanting attention?
I mean, like, yeah, it's for attention
Yeah, right.
validation.
Right.
It's
That's
just
why you
mutual
make
thing.
friends.
Yeah.
Right. So it does. I don't think it has to be colored in this way that I come here for
Yeah.
personal only my personal gratification, like my own and like I don't know. It's to say like attention, validation, whatever. Isn't that why you make friends? I don't know. Isn't that why you interact with anyone? Otherwise, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I think you mentioned that you don't have like any IRL friends.
Yeah,
Right?
not really. I mean, I have like a friend in California that I
Yeah.
see like once a year.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But I can only say like on average, it's like because this is a pretty niche place. This is like a place which you can easily find. So
Yeah, I guess like it kind of like the story of how I got more in why I spend time here is like random. It's not like I sought it out or I made friends sort of with a couple of people and then hang out because I know a couple of people, right? So it's like I was in Dumb's chat by chance, randomly scrolling, like it was like the first YouTube live that I had watched, and I started talking to him. It's not like I was there, I don't know. I didn't like seek it out. And then after making friends is why I hang out, not because I just sought this specific environment out. You know what I mean?
No, I kind of don't. You somehow found Dumb by chance, and then Dumb had a lot of people like me and I guess Zenesis and Dev Pike and Denmark guy. So you started branching out into people who are watching Dumb. Is that what you're saying?
No, I really only watched you and Dumb. I haven't and DBF. So it's not like I've branched out all that much. Kind of stayed, with one.
So Zenesis,
corner.
why do you think Cassandra watches Dumb and me and DBF? You're saying it's for validation. You can be honest. Don't be afraid to hurt feelings. She can disagree, but you can be honest. You think it's? I mean, she might not even know the reason. It might be what validation or just some kind of I don't know. See how the other half lives, get her laughs or kicks, or what do you think, Zenesis?
let me ask Cass something.
Go ahead.
Like, how did you find out about Dom? Because did you just randomly
Yeah,
Good
follow
question.
him?
random. It
How
was
can
random,
you
and he was
randomly
talking
follow
about.
him?
Sorry, what?
Because Dom channels itself is a pretty niche channel. To find him randomly is like really, I don't know. You need to be like kind of in the space to find him in the first place.
I mean, I use the internet a lot, so I've seen, but I had not spent any time on YouTube Live at all. I think I scrolled through like a few Chinese like selling like ad videos and then like a couple other random ones, and he was like the first person talking, like one person talking to people that were in chat. And he said something crazy about women with tattoos being cum dumpsters, and I said something like, I don't necessarily agree with that, or something. It was like super late at night. I don't know. I have no idea what I said. And then he was like, "Oh, well, then you must be a cum dumpster then." And then it was funny. It was like a funny interaction, and it was a good. I don't know if it was a good debate or not, but it was like a fun debate. And yeah, and then the next time that he was live, I think I probably followed him during that stream because it was funny, and we were like, I think he would have thought it was funny too. It wasn't like I was laughing at him. It was like a funny play on calling women cum dumpsters and me being nice anyway, and him being like, "All right, I feel bad." So
How many tattoos does Cassandra have? I'm curious now. Just out of pure curiosity. Is that why you
4?
took offense to that? Oh, show us one. There's got to be one in a decent spot.
I think I've shown him before. It's upside down. It's tiny. And then
Okay,
I have
so
one like here, and I have one on my shoulder, so you don't really see them.
so Cassandra came across dumb by accident, she says, and took umbrage with his claim that women with tattoos are cum dumpsters. So that's how she
But
went
I
down
thought
the
it was
dumb
funny.
rabbit.
I also think women covered in tattoos can possibly be cum dumpsters. Like I wasn't like, "Oh, you fucking man saying mean things about women with tattoos." It was like a, I don't know, you know.
So we're lol cows. Okay, Zenesis, I'm enjoying this. We got an American talking
I
to
don't
a
know
Euro.
how
Okay.
what I just said comes off as your lol cows.
Well, what
Again,
is Zenesis? I
wasn't
want to hear
like,
what Zenesis. I want Zenesis' honest opinion. Don't start simping for Cassandra. You can be honest. Come on, people simp for you. Don't break down. Be honest. You can talk to Cassandra
I
like
never
you.
said.
What
I
did you say?
personally feel like that there's a like that I personally feel that stand on my point regarding this attention validation and entertainment aspect, because in my opinion, girls on average tend to have way easier regarding making new friends. They're way more socially calibrated in comparison to a guy. And it's like, I don't know, for you, when you tell me like it's so that you don't have any IRL friends, I don't believe you.
I just don't. I don't try. Like I don't try to make friends. I'm
But
sure
you
I
could
could
get
try,
friends
and
if you
yeah,
tried.
I'm sure if I really wanted to just make a friend for the sake of making friends. But for the most part, if people aren't like chronically online like me, I end up,
Hmm.
feeling like, I don't know. I don't necessarily enjoy making friends, like just for the sake of making friends, Like if I met somebody I really liked and really got along with, then yeah, I would try to keep them as a friend. But I don't like
Is
do hobbies that involve other people. I don't have any need when I make friends online. So
is it for you because um because I kind of get where you're coming from, that you mean that those friendships you could make are really superficial for you? They have
are what
no
for me? Oh,
really superficial
superficial?
for you, and
I
they
mean,
never go on a deeper kind of way.
I guess, I don't know. Like, I usually just find things I don't like. Like, I feel like I can't be relaxed around like for people that I make friends with just by chance, like interacting with random people, like coworkers or whatever. So then I always feel like it's not really a real friendship. Like it was I had to like do it because socially I have to kind of interact with coworker. I mean, I really only interact with coworkers, so I don't know how it would be if I like did an activity, where I would meet a friend. It feels like I'm like expected to make friends with coworkers, and then it happens, and then I try not to ever hang out with them, and they ask, right?
Okay, so you're saying you don't want friends, but they want to be your friend. I think a lot of us is the
I
opposite
would
problem.
want friends
No,
if
you just said, well,
I
you
could,
just said,
if I could be myself around them.
right, but a lot of us, I think, have the opposite problem. We'd like to
Reverse.
go with our coworkers, but they don't want to be our buddies. They actually hate us. You're saying you have too many friends, you don't want any, is what it sounds like to me.
No,
I
I
mean,
feel like if I was real with those people, they wouldn't want to be my friend.
Well,
Like, I feel
are
like
you being real now? Because you haven't been real with me. Are you being real? We don't even know when you're. Zenesis even brought up a good point. Like, women have to lie more than we do. I don't. I mean, I think as far as Americans go, I'm much more direct than a Cassandra. You would agree, Zenesis. I'm a Spurg. I'm male. I'm much more direct. I don't know if Cassandra's being fully honest with us, which is what bothers. It's with me. I don't care what your opinion is. You can call me an ugly fuck. I just don't
This
like
kinda feels
deception.
like it's
I don't like
impossible.
deception, which bugs my Spurg mind. That's why I'm having this problem with our girl Cassandra here.
He thinks I'm being deceptive by not telling him whether or not I would fuck him.
Well, it's the most direct
So-
I've ever heard you, Cassandra. Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty direct. I think it's kind of unfair. I mean, it's going to be impossible to convince
actually,
anyone.
I do want to ask you, like I've always said, listen, I want to ask you a question. Seriously, I'm not trying to put anyone in the hot seat. I know these are the sorts of questions I would not ask a coworker. I would not ask a group of strangers at a dinner.
Yeah.
I'm asking you because I thought we were buddies. I've always said men can't really judge other men. I can tell that Zenesis has a much better jawline than I do. He can be in a movie, but I can't tell if he's a Chad Preet or a Chad Light or a high tier normie. He thinks he's a Chad Light because something about the Stacey's or whatever. Can you give us an honest opinion? We need you to be honest because we know he's better looking than I am. But would you call him a Chad Preet, a Chad Light? Would you call him a high tier normie? 0 out of 10. You got to rate him. You got to give this is your opinion. I don't know. She's not very direct, is she? And I don't care whether you call him an ugly fuck or you think he's gorgeous. Yeah, you're not getting away from it. You're not getting out.
You have very conventionally attractive features, right? I don't know what the hang up is on Light or Preet. What's
okay? I need your rating. This is Cassandra's personal rating of Zenesis. 1 out of 10. Where would you personally rate him? Now she's going to say that's 2.
Can you explain what the criteria?
No, it's a very no. It's not.
Light.
Does this question need explaining? 1 out of 10. I mean, does this question need explaining? How many? What do you want me to explain exactly? You see the games? Yeah.
I don't want to rate people on 1 to 10. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. No.
Okay, she doesn't want to do it, but yeah, that's what bugs me. I don't care what the answer is. If she says, "OC, you're an ugly fuck," you're a 2 out of 10. Wow, Zenesis is gorgeous. He's 9 out of 10. I won't be jealous. I'm not like that. I'm a Spurg. I just like honesty. I don't like when people say, "What's the criteria?" I don't know how to do a 1 out of 10 rating. You've never been asked a survey. How was your experience on the phone at a scale of 1 to 10 or 1 to 5? I don't know what a 1 to 10 rating is, and that's what bugs me as a Spurg. It's not the answer itself. You can say whatever you want. It's the lack of honesty that bugs this Spurg. That's what bugs me.
I was asking what the difference between Chad Preet and Chad Light was, not how to rate on a scale from 1 to 10.
I can't answer that. I'm a man. I can't tell if he's a Chad Preet or a Chad Light or a high tier normie.
I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the difference is. Is Chad Light less of a Chad than a Chad Preet? Is Preet is
Zenesis, how do you interpret? You can be honest. We can be totally honest here. I need your honest Austrian philosophical. You think Cassandra's playing games? You understand why it's like, come on already. I'm rolling my eyes. What do you think, Zenesis? Go ahead. Be honest. Don't be afraid to hurt her feelings. She wants to be here, she says. Go ahead.
Is she familiar with those terms? With the incel wiki terms with
I assume I know that Chad Light means less of a Chad. I don't know 100%. I haven't watched a video that defines all these things. So no, am I familiar? I think, because I hear what people say, but that's why I'm asking.
Remember, she watches me and Dumb and DBF, and she's claiming, "Oh, I haven't watched it." It's like, come on, at some point, you know what I mean? Like, okay,
it's impossible. It's impossible.
What's so impossible? And Zenesis, if you think I'm being an asshole, whatever you're feeling, Zenesis, speak your mind. If you think Cassandra's perfectly fair, OC, you're a monster, say it. If you think Cassandra's
a monster, I just think you're like.
I didn't ask your opinion. I'm talking to Zenesis. If you think if Cassandra's being disingenuous, playing dumb, speak your mind, Zen.
I mean, like she.
Hey, sex addict. Okay, speak your mind. Sex addicts here.
I mean, like Cass, you never stumbled upon those kind of terms like chat light, chats.
Again, I'm gonna say it again. I assume Chad Light means less of a Chad. Still a Chad, but light, right?
Yeah.
I assume that seems to have been the case when it's been brought up. I've never heard Chad Preet. No, like except for when they're talking about you, and that you were the first time I heard them say that term. So that's
Yeah,
why I'm
no,
asking before I
just
just say
interested.
something.
You know, that's one thing I always loved about Spanish. In the Spanish language, Espanol, and I guess German to some extent, but in Spanish, you've got El Negro, black male, La Negra, black female, El Rubio, which I think is redhead or blonde, I can't remember. Like they have both, one word explains both sex and description. Chad Preet is a Chad is a white guy. To be a Chad, you've got to be male, you've got to be white, and you've got to be really, really good looking. A Chad is a really good looking white guy. A Chad Preet is a really good looking Indian guy. A Chadam is a really good looking Saddam, really good looking Arab. A Tyrone's a Negro. So it's like Spanish. It's like we're creating Spanish type terms for the English language. So yes, Chad Preet, whatever you want to call him. Call him a Chad if it makes it easier for you. Is he a Chad or a Chad light? Let's not get hung up on Chad Preet. Let's not get hung up. Yes, he's half Indian. He's half Indian. He looks more Indian than white. So Chad Preet, as in the Indian equivalent of a Chad, a really good look. A Chad is a really great looking white guy. A Chad Preet's a really great looking Indian guy. And we shouldn't have to explain this shit. And Zenith says, I think she's being disingenuous. I think she's playing dumb. But that's
okay. You asked me if he was a Chad Preet, a Chad Light, or a Chad. So do I not understand?
Is he a Chad Preet Light, or a high tier normie? I mean, whatever. Enough with semantics. I'm getting tired of this shit. I'm a Spurg. I can't deal with this. This is why I get pissed.
I'm a Spurg, apparently, because I can't I need if you're going to ask which one of these three things is he? Isn't he all of them? Isn't that the point?
No.
So yes, he's a Chad. Is that what you're asking?
Well, if that's what you think. Isn't
it like a universally decided that he's the Chad here? So what's the question? Which version is he?
Is this iced tea? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it lukewarm? Well, can it be all four? Is it mild? Can it be all 5 or 6 or 7? No, I'm asking if it's hot or cold or just what the fuck? What's stupid? Go ahead, Zen.
I will simplify the question. I think what OC means is on a scale from 0 to 10.
Right,
0
and I
really
hate
ugly.
that. I hate doing that.
And
I would never actually do that. If it wasn't
stop. You're simplifying the question by asking the question I originally asked. And yes, sex addict, a Chad Preet isn't a real Chad. Chad is white and just be white and all that bullshit. But he's the Indian equivalent. You got the really good looking white guy. The top tier white guy is a Chad. The top tier best looking Indian is a Chad Preet. I don't feel like explaining all this bullshit because even this channel, this isn't even like the main point of my channel. But you try to ask Cassandra a straightforward question and you get this kind of bullshit. And I'm hoping, like I asked her for a 1 to 10 rating. What's a what? Can't he be a 2, a 7, and a 9 at the same time? That's what you sound like. Go ahead, Zen.
I can also, again, more simplified in terms of, okay, what am I? Ugly, medium ugly, hot.
What did you ask?
I can also simplify the question which I asked earlier with okay.
I mean, it's stupid. You're a good-looking guy. Why are we?
I don't know. OC wants to know.
Has he asked every guy here to rate me? No. Like, why? Why is this?
I'll put up a poll. If that's what you want, I'll put up a poll. I'm asking you. You came on. I'm asking you your personal opinion. Just like Zenesis shared his opinions before about different things, and he was talking with the Denmark guy. I'm asking you for an opinion. Stop making it about everybody else. We're talking to you, Cassandra. You're talking to Zenesis. I just think it's dumb.
I just think it's dumb.
I don't care. You didn't ask the damn question. I didn't ask your opinion on the question. I asked you a fucking question. Answer.
Okay, well, I can give my opinion if you want to have me call on, like you wanted me to call.
Oh, you can answer the question then. Why don't you?
I said he's a good-looking guy, like everybody agrees with.
Okay,
like
we're gonna be more specific. Jesus Christ, I don't care. Jesus Christ. Okay, she's really. Oh my God, she's very difficult.
Is that good? Should I do that? I don't. Fucking 8.
Okay, good.
Cool. If you don't see why it's like frustrating to be in this position and have to like prove why I'm here, do everything OC wants me to do all the time, answer
Well, no, it's not just me. Xenesis himself even says you're here for validation and laughs. So it's not just me. We all kind of feel the same. So you can say I'm wrong. Maybe we're wrong, but don't put this on me. Don't put this all on me, Cassandra.
It's not on you. It happens a lot.
Oh,
It's not-
fuck it,
we're
is
not
it? You
saying
just
it's
put it
okay.
all on me. Go ahead, Zen. Go ahead. What's up?
I mean, there is a part which I get from her side because I mentioned like when I first joined that I'm kind of used to getting these comments like, "Oh, why he's in this space?" This this
Yeah.
defensive reaction. So I get where she's coming from because I feel it the same way. Kind of like it's
Well, that's funny. People look at Xenesis and they say, why the hell is he there? Yeah, well, I'm sorry, why the hell is he here in this space? People will look at Xenesis and say, why is he here? But then Cassandra comes on and Xenesis says, why are you here? So yeah, it's kind of like it's fun. You're asking her the questions that you're often asked. Yeah.
yeah, but I can because the thing is like it's because this is such a male gaze kind of niche and
Yeah.
this really underground club, a hidden underground club. The possibility of a girl coming in and be generally like interested in this kind of space is like I don't know. It's like 1 in a
Well,
billion.
I think, in fairness, maybe that's part of my criticism. I say, okay, Cassandra, you're one of the few girls who comes around here, and you're open, and honest. We appreciate that. We want you to actually, if you want to be here, answer the questions. When you start acting like the others, it's like, well, why are you here? Go be a penny pounder or a totem. I think it's frustrating and disappointing when someone comes along and they say, I'm the exception to the rule. Okay, be the exception. Well, I can't answer that. Well, then you're not really the exception. Why the fuck are you here? That's how it feels for me as a Spurg. I don't care what your answer is. I want honesty. I don't like deception. And you know this. And I feel like, well, you want to be here. Why do you suddenly, act like this isn't like, the Rotary Club, Go ahead. Why don't you talk?
Yeah, I mean, I get why it's a question. I just have said it a lot of times, and you've heard my Genesis. You've been around when I've said why I'm here, or you've heard it, or you've watched it in a past stream. So
Well, no, explain to Xenesis is the first time you've seen Xenesis, face to face. Explain to Xenesis why you're here, and you can ask you. Go ahead, come on.
I don't know how many other ways I can say I made friends with people in this sphere that I didn't even know was a sphere at the time. I have a lot of like similar opinions. I'm interested to see why you guys feel the way you do about the black pill. I think it's interesting. I don't know how many times I can say I made friends. I think the topic is interesting. I like to hear everybody's experiences. I think it's interesting. I don't know why that's so crazy because there's been plenty of people who aren't incels that have been in your chat, and like I understand wanting to know why, but
right. And people have even said we can have I'm not. The topic du jour has never been incel with me. I'm more of a Spurg who wants neat bucks. That's always been my top priority. There's debate. I've said I think you can be an incel if it's been a long time. Others say you're not an incel because you had consensual sex. I'm not even trying to debate the incel thing. I'm not even trying to go in that direction. What I'm trying to say is when you're talking to a Spurg and you say you want to be here and you want to participate, then you suddenly clam up like you present yourself as something different and then you retract. What do you think this space is? You want to swim in these waters and you want to act like that. Now Xenesis wants to say something. Go ahead, Zen.
I forgot the question. Sorry.
Think hard, man. You're a philosopher. Go ahead, Cassandra. Go ahead. Cassandra wants to say something. Go
ahead. Now I forgot. No.
Well, you managed.
Hold on. Wait a second.
Destroyed by Foyds. I haven't been to one. The last time I was at one of his chats or his streams is when he banned me for the third fucking time. I don't know what he wants. I'm not trying to be enemies with people, but I thought he went his way and went mine. He comes out because Cassandra's here. You see how they come out. They come out of the woodwork. Okay. Hey, Cassandra, tell me, when you go on DBF streams, does he beg you to come on? He's always asking you questions. He's always, be honest, is he always simping for you? Be honest.
No, not at all. He doesn't have people on, first. And second, he has a lot of people in chat and he talks to everybody.
Good for him. Okay. What'd you want to say, Xenesis? What? Sorry. Hold on. There we go. What'd you want to say?
Regarding this thing, because she mentioned earlier that she's in this space because she wants to generally understand how those people kind of think from a psychology kind of
I
standpoint.
don't love saying it that way. Yeah, but I didn't say it from a psychology standpoint. I just think that experiences are interesting to learn. I think in all aspects, like
But the,
I would make I've made friends from all different like
yeah,
types of backgrounds and associations and tastes and stuff like that. I don't really see what the like why that's a weird thing or
I just want to address Totem. People never join your streams. You're lucky. It's really not, all it's cracked up to be. I can tell you that. Very few people want to join mine, and when they do, I get this kind of like, stalemate, loggerheads. Okay, let's go back. Zenesis, Cassandra, I brought you on because to show your faces. Cassandra, I thought you wanted to be buddies. I thought you were the one exception. You act like a totem or a penny pounder. It's frustrating. And and Zenesis, you suddenly forget You're like the Chad Preet, but then when a girl comes on, you suddenly forget the questions. I'm getting a little disappointed in both of you. Wow, the black pill. These two are proving the black pill.
I was gonna say earlier in response to OC specifically, he said that I portrayed myself one way and then ended up being something totally different. I never I don't know how me answering the question of whether or not
that's not. Whoa! I didn't say you portrayed and then came across as different. I said you wanted to swim in these waters, then you couldn't handle it. Don't jump in the deep end till you know how to swim. That's how I feel about you. That's
word for word said I portrayed myself one way and then changed.
Did I say that, Zenesis? I don't recall saying that. Did I say that?
That you're not really honest.
That I portrayed myself one way and that now I'm different because I don't want to answer his question. That's what you're saying.
That's just my question. Even I asked you, Zenesis, give me a 1 out of 10 rating. Well, you eventually answered after I had to get him to it's like, Christ, you don't answer questions. Why are you swimming in the sea? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a nature
kind of. Is it a requirement to answer if you'd fuck people or not?
Only not if we're coworkers, not if we're sitting down for dinner at a nice outing. When you come into spaces like this, yeah, it kind of is. You should know that.
Okay, I think that's fucking weird. I think that's fucked up.
Then why are you here? Like Zenesis says, you're here for the lulz. Well, if you think it's fucking weird, then why are you here? Is my question.
Because I've hung out in your streams. Because I've hung out in your streams for many months now, and that only just came up. So if that's really
like 3 months ago, and it goes beyond that. It's about the principle, man. You want to be my buddy, and you act like that. It's like, well, how am I supposed to trust you? I thought you were different than the penny pounders and the totems, and you act like that. How am I supposed to trust you? Yeah, I'm a Spurg. You don't seem to get it. After all this time, you don't get it. But
I get it. It's just one principle.
You don't get it. Let's let Zenesis talk. Zenesis, go.
Yeah, I mean, what I personally think is that usually girls who enter the manosphere area are also girls who get neglected, but who are also really.
I'm not in the manosphere. Like I'm not hanging around all of these manosphere streams and video and comment sections. Like again, I made friends with Dumb. Then I made friends with through the through chat with Sloth with Thule, and then eventually with Frog, and then DBF, and sort of OC. I think we talked in chat a couple times. Then I saw he was streaming. I've only ever really hung out in Dumb's and OC's and DBF's chat, and DBF is the one of the three.
Well, I remember King Frog that used to come around here begging me to stream, and then he turned into a total asshole. And Dumb didn't know who he was, so you didn't make friends with Frog first, that 19-year-old kid. No, that's wrong. You don't even have your timeline straight. You see, Cassandra can't even be straight with anything. It's pissing me off. You want to be buddies? You've been coming around this time.
What am I not being straight about? What have I lied about? I don't understand.
Yeah. No, what I wanted to say is usually that
you don't know what I've lied about. Does anyone know what I've lied about?
I think it goes back to timelines. I'm not actually mad at Cassandra. What I'm trying to show is I'm trying to be honest with someone who basically, this isn't to be mean. You see how women behave. Even someone who comes around saying, I want to be your friend, she changes the timeline. Oh yeah, I was friends with him, then I got friends with him. So you see someone like that, it's like at some point I'm a Spurg, I'm in my 40s, I'm very direct. I can't play these silly games anymore. If you want to hang out with me and know me and get to know me, you got to be direct. I'm tired of silly games. I'm not angry with Cassandra, but she is what she is. We can criticize her. We can say, listen, Cassandra, if we were coworkers, I'd be nice to you, probably wouldn't talk to you. But you want to be here, you want to hang out, you come to my stream, you got to be a little more honest with the Spurg. What do you want to say, Zen?
I mean, those kind of, I said it like in my first appearance that men and girls tend to communicate in different way. We in words.
You've mentioned this, and I understand this, but at some point, even if you're a girl, you got to make some concessions in a place like this. But go ahead.
But she can't override her biology.
So she's just a slave. Okay, she's a slave to her biology. We're never getting any truth out of her. Okay, then we should say, okay, Cassandra, nice to see you. Say whatever you want. Good to see you. How was your day? And she's never going to be beyond anything more than what she is. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, like what I noticed is that she's still more honest than an average girl for that she's in the space.
No, OC says I lie about everything. Apparently I'm lying about who I met first in the group.
I noticed that she like generally like the thing with the Death Pike coffee thing. The advice that she actually gave, it wasn't blue pilled. They were generally like
what remind me, what was that advice? Maybe you're right.
Regarding this IOI thing.
Nobody listens to anything I say, Zenesis, because of what you're saying. I'm a slave to my biology. I'm just a woman. That's how I'm going to behave. I'm just here for attention. So whenever I say anything that's in line with what everybody else apparently feels like I should feel, or that no women ever feel, it gets ignored.
Well, Cassandra, if I didn't... Shut up. If I didn't have any respect, I wouldn't even bring her on. The fact that I'm bringing you on, I'm not dismissing everything you say, but Zenesis is correct.
You've actually said nice things to me. I know you're not, but you don't show it.
Now you're being all facetious. No, because when you get criticized, when you get sincerely criticized, you can't handle it. All of a sudden, it's, I'm a liar, I'm this and that. No, you've had some good points. Just like Dev Pike. You're like Dev Pike. He has some good points. He's got some bad points. You're just like Dev Pike to me.
What have I lied about? I'm not going to drop it. What have I lied about? What
You've lied about nothing. You've been 1,000% truthful. Thank you for being so super honest.
Why? I mean, I'm not like, am I crazy? You can't say what I've lied about except for when he pushes me off the screen and then says a bunch of things I've lied about. And then when I ask him straightforwardly, he can't tell me what I've lied about.
You've lied about nothing. You're so honest and so perfect. We're so happy to have you. Disregard everything I've said. Okay. Zenesis, what would you like to ask Cassandra and vice versa? Because I do like having people showing their faces and talking to each other, and I can just sort of sit back and watch and interject.
Regarding this debate kind of thing, or do you think
whatever you want to talk about, Zenesis?
I wanted to ask regarding anime.
Oh yeah, what about anime?
Yeah,
moving on to such a cheery topic. What kind of anime do I like? I liked my favorite is like Eva, Neon Genesis Evangelion. I like Fooly. You what?
Pretty old.
I like Fooly Cooly. I like Serial Experiments Lane. Like all the like psychological ones. But I kind of don't watch anime anymore that much,
Mm-hmm. So
what,
you probably like. Did you ever watch The Promised Neverland?
I saw the first season.
Yeah.
And then I didn't follow up.
Yeah. Because there are a lot of psychologists. Anime out there. Monsters one I heard of. I also watched Monster. It's really popular.
Oh, Monster's good. Yeah. Monster's cool. Monster's really good. I like Berserk.
Berserk, yeah. So why did you stop watching anime?
I don't know. I don't watch a lot of shows in general or like TV. I kind of like play games if I'm gonna do nothing or watch YouTube. I just kind of stopped. every now and then I'll like binge a show in a couple days, you know. But I watched what did I watch? I watched Dead Man Wonderland recently. It's just one of those. I just have a long list of anime I want to watch, and then I never get.
My brother woke up and he's knocking over the fucking towel rack. I'm like, Jesus Christ, go to bed, asshole. These pills, it's my fault. I'm a bad influence. Okay, enough fluff. I'll probably end this soon. I do thank Cassandra for at least showing her face. No, you've lied about many things. We'll talk about it later. I'll make a list of the things that Cassandra I don't trust about. But I don't think you're lying on purpose. I think your timeline's off. I think you're not being totally honest. I think Xenesis is going back into simp mode. Even the Chad Preetz, or where the fuck he is, goes into simp mode. We're talking about anime. Who gives a shit? Do you feel, Xenesis, that Cassandra's being totally honest, or you think part of her biology, it might be misnatural, there's some deception on her part? What is your honest opinion? And don't
Like
say
I said before, it's biologically wired. There are, but what I wanted to say, because I've cut off multiple times, there is some for that she is like, you know, a girl. She gives some good advices, like not always, but there is some like true good advice which she gave, which are really like not blue pill or more black pills. But it does, but yeah, but most of the thing I know in the earlier streams, what I saw a lot of blue pill stuff, which like brought it.
Mhm.
But I noticed that that this isn't like so much common as before. And this thing with the coffee thing, with regarding the IOIs, she gave Deathbag actually really good advice.
What was what did she say? I don't remember. I'm sure she gave
because the distinction because regarding general attraction versus just nothing, just a simple IOI. And it's really common for girls just to do stuff just for attention validation.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah.
And
yeah, I said that she's probably like she's
Playing
probably
on-
like playing with him at work because she's bored, and that's the guy that would give her attention, or that she can like flirt with for fun, probably.
Great. I believe you. And I think you're right. How many guys have you played with at work? And that's not meant to be a dig. Just be honest. We want honesty from you. You got to show us something, like you want to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I haven't done that. I've been in 2 long-term relationships, and
that's not what I'm talking about. We're not talking about relationships.
I haven't done it. I've worked around women for the most part in education.
Hold on. Put it back on. Have you seen other girls do that?
None. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. For
okay,
sure.
Well, share. Cassandra, you always think I'm putting you under a microscope. I'm not. I just want you to be honest, and you're not honest. That's what bugs me as a spurg.
I am.
Okay.
I am being honest.
You've never done that. Great. And maybe you're telling the truth, but you've seen other. Where do you get your idea? I'm not saying you're wrong. Like Xenesis said, it was good advice. What? If you yourself have never done this, what makes you think the girl is playing with him? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not even saying you're a liar, but we need more to the story than my opinion. So you yourself haven't done this, but you've seen other girls. Come on, elaborate.
Yeah, I've grown up as a woman. I've heard other women talk. I know very well. I have family members that are all women. I know very well that what women do and how women behave around men. I'm either she's into him and he should take it slow and feel it out, or she's messing with him for fun. That's how women are.
I mean, yeah.
Right? Am I wrong? I mean, of course.
No, but
it's not like it's not even a black pill or a blue pill thing at all. It's just how like everyone knows women are like that. Yeah.
It's because I grew up with sisters. I went to an environment which is mostly female dominated, and I can also confirm it. And this is not a simple thing. This is just facts, because girls mostly do stuff just to troll around and get attention validation.
Yeah.
They just want to, like, have fun. So there's a song about it also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that. Yeah. I think even most women would say, most blue-pilled women would be like, yeah. You're like, somebody who was watching mentioned to me, work husbands, which I had forgotten was a thing. But yeah, it's like, it's crazy.
What's a work husband?
a work husband is like married women will have a guy at work that is their work husband that they
Yeah.
are, I guess they flirt with. I don't know.
Who's your YouTube husband? Me, dumb, or what's his name? It's like it was just saying a guy she's over friendly with in a different environment is what she means by work husband. But you can't too honest a question. Well, listen, what's his name? Where was it? I'll find it. I'll probably get in trouble. I'll answer the question. Totem wants to know how I feel honestly about these people: Donna, Tara, Beppis, and Cass. The only 4 women who come here. Here it goes. I think Donda is okay for a woman her age. I mean, she's not drop dead gorgeous. She'd be like the sexy older librarian type. For a 50-year-old, she's okay, but she's nothing to go nuts over. Tara's kind of cute in the few photos I've seen of her, but again, it's just a lot of makeup. I don't say it to be mean. Donna and Tara are okay for their age. These are women who are like 50 plus. They're okay for their age, but they're not drop dead gorgeous. Cassandra looks like some family member, some cousin or something. I come around, she's that annoying cousin bitch. That's how she comes across. And I have no idea what Beppis looks like. People tell me she's so hot. I have no idea. Totem, you got to send me your photo. You have all her photos. I can't rate Beppis. She's never shown her face. So you got to tell me, you got to show me what Beppis looks like. I'll give you a rating. I'm not saying any of them are ugly. Donna and Tara are just, for roasties, 50 plus, they're decent. And Cassandra is mid-tier, meh. I'm not, that's why I say I'm not trying to have sex with Cassandra. I don't want to be your boyfriend. If she wants to be my buddy and I ask her a question, I expect an honest answer. So no, I'm not, Cassandra, be my girlfriend. My name isn't DBF. I'm not going to fold the pieces. I thought Cassandra was my girlfriend. Who do you think I am? And you should know me better than that if that's what you're afraid of. I just want honesty. You want to be my buddy? Give me some honesty. So I don't think you're hideous, but I'm not. It's like, oh, wow, she's so sexy. And the other two, Donna and what's her name, Tara in Scotland, they're okay for women their age, but meh. And I have no idea what Beppis looks like. What do you want to say, Zenesis? That's the honest truth.
Yeah. Look, I noticed from your earlier stream that Beppis was really, really like always active on this kind of panel. I wanted to ask you, in your opinion, who is way more honest, Beppis or Cass?
Beppis, more honest.
Beppis.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Beppis has diagnosed autism, right?
Yes.
Cass doesn't have this. She's really a normie kind of, and
she's the most. I've told this many times. I would say the most normie female here is Cassandra. Of all, well, there are only 4 women who come here. We got Tara Norquay, Beppis, Donda, and Cassandra. Donda, it's hard to say. She's going for dumb. I would say Cassandra's the most normie female, and Horsehead Nebula is the most normie male. I've said this many times, and I still stand by that. I'm very honest, yes. Cassandra might say, I'm not a normie. Well, compared to any other person here, any other woman here, Cassandra's the most normie of the women. Beppis is more honest than Cassandra, but Cassandra at least shows her face. I'll give her credit for that.
True, yeah. Would you say that Beppis, like how I don't know how honest she is, but is she like, are you happy with her regarding her honestness?
In a moment. Wait, hold on. What's your cat's name again? Because you said the three most important men in your life in no particular order. Me, Seymour, and your cat. Who's the 4th? What?
I have 3 boy cats now. This is Randy. We can't hear you. It's in my ears.
All right, let's put Zenesis back on. Okay, go ahead. What was your question? I'm sorry. I want to see the cat.
No, according to you, regarding Beppis' honesty level, does she fulfill your requirements?
Requirements regarding what?
Because you like honesty.
She's the most honest female I've encountered here. Of the 4, she's the most honest. So by default, I think she should show her face. She's afraid of a stalker. Other than that, she's been the most honest female I've encountered. Yes.
All right.
But even she's not fully. Like you said, women have that biological nature.
Yeah,
she's probably more honest than the average woman because she's a spur. She's a spurget. As a spurget, she's a little more honest than a normie woman, but she's not fully honest, no. But she's more honest than a Cassandra or a Tara Norquay or a Donda.
Yeah, this is camera,
on stream, yeah.
Yeah, but this is what I meant. Like, even autistic kind of girl who is has still the wiring, the biological wiring is still like preventing her for being like fully transparent. So this is what I meant. So you can't like really expect from Cass that she's gonna be honest with you. It's not, it's impossible. Like,
right. We can't expect honesty from Cassandra. So it's like, okay, why see her as anything more than a totem or a penny pounder? That's basically what you're saying. I'm
attention,
trying to.
validation, attention, validation, entertainment.
Right, she wants
And you can't be
attention,
friends with
validation. She's like a
Same.
cat. Meow, meow, pet me. Okay, so basically, Cassandra's like her cat. Okay. We'll call her Randy from now on.
I mean, but
I hate that name.
But like I said before, with Cass, it's like she still drops sometimes really good advice, especially regarding dating. I wouldn't like.
My broken clock theory. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Yeah, sometimes fuck ups can have some good advice. Sure. Totem and Penny Pounder have said some spot on, dead on things. Yeah, but okay, but ultimately Cassandra can't be trusted. Okay, fair enough.
Wait, but I would say that Penny Pounder, even when you. I mean, when you, I don't know, I never saw Penny Pounder say something like, I don't know, normal. So I can't really.
He's saying I'm a hack. I'm a clown.
I'm not. We're both saying that. Xenesis himself is kind of saying that. Don't put this on me, Cassandra.
Okay. Is a dishonest woman the same thing as a troll?
No, you both want attention, but trolls have a different motive, but you're ultimately in the same camp, I think. Xenesis, what do you think? Because you yourself said, don't put this on me. Xenesis said basically Cassandra is a woman. She's here for validation and attention. She can't, which is basically what a troll is. Cassandra can't think beyond her female nature. Xenesis is saying that you're a slave to your the thing between your legs. This isn't me. Don't put it on me.
Slave to our biological wiring, I would say. But I don't view you bad because of this. I just like accepted it. I don't like disregard you because of this. I'm not mad at her or anything like this.
Yeah.
But also is more
Well,
like.
thanks. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Now we're gonna ask if if Cassandra and Seymour broke up and Xenesis came to Phoenix just on vacation, would you consider no commitment? Would you consider spreading your legs for him? Let's be honest.
Me? No.
Yeah, yes, you, the person I'm asking. Yes, you. Who else am I asking?
No, because no, because you aren't interested in it. You need to find some woman that you're like infatuated with, which hasn't happened to you yet, or you're asexual.
So Cassandra's saying she doesn't think you're attractive because you come across as asexual. I think that's what she's saying, which would turn her off. I think that's what she's trying to say. Is that what you're trying to say? And again, we don't know if she's being honest because she's a woman. She's ruled by her deceptive nature. But yeah.
Sort of like you come off as like apathetic about it. So yeah, I wouldn't be into that. Does that make sense?
I'll see you got the answer.
Not really. Let's say he was into it. He was really into it. Would he be your type? Because I don't think Dev Pike would be. I'm asking you a question. We're just asking questions.
I don't really know.
Yeah, you don't know. Okay. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. Okay.
I've said like the same thing about every guy I've been asked if I would, right? Like I don't know because it's not I don't know. I'm not the kind of woman that goes on dating apps and spreads her leg for a specific type of person.
Not all women are like that. Remember, Cassandra told us not all women are like that. Okay.
Right. I agree. That's how I feel.
This is a teenage party. We're about to play spin the bottle. Show you mine. I'll show you yours or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah. So Penny Pounder. I think Penny Pounder's a teenager. I worry about him. I think he's like a fucking 14-year-old kid. I really worry that I don't want people under 18 here. How does Penny Pounder strike you as a child? I worry about he's really underage because something makes me nervous about him.
Something makes me nervous about him. It's not that he's a child.
But you're kind of the same camp. You and Totem and Penny Pound are all in the same, like, you know, you're
Yep,
like
I just
swimming
come
around
in
the
the chat
same
and I
fucking
say-
periphery there. Yeah.
Yeah. I just come and chat and type in all caps some.
Okay, Zenesis, what do you think of Cassandra? She's just trying to be nice. She's trying to be as honest as she can be. Is that what you would say? She's being as honest as she can be?
This is her way of being honest. I mean, I get her. I know what she's saying. I mean, but I know in your brain, because of the sparkness, that you can't understand it.
Well, it's not. I can't understand. I mean, you said she's here ultimately for validation or the lulls, the laughs. I mean, what is she ultimately here for? What is she getting out of this? In your opinion?
Attention, validation, entertainment.
Okay.
Volatility.
Oh, yeah, I think I agree with you. But I'm not really here. You know, I can be entertaining, maybe. I can give you attention. Maybe I'll even validate you, but I'm not here to give people AVE. Should we call it AV or whatever you want to call this? I'm not really, that's not really the point of my streaming. And people might argue, maybe Cassandra would even argue, that you, Zenesis, are also here for attention, validation, entertainment. We can ask her. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, people can make the counter argument that you're just here for that stuff.
I mean, Todd did it. Todd thinks that I'm a blogger. I mean, I get it from his perspective. Because I generally like react the same way when I see like a good-looking guy. Like, oh, he must be a LARPer, or he must be like.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same for me. I get it. And yeah, but I explained in the earlier streams my story. I don't know if I think it's believable. So I think it comes off as
I mean, if
genuine.
that's your reason, like, they're never gonna get the answer they want, which is, you're never gonna get the answer you want, which is like just a more.
Well, I'm going to answer this question. The answer is no, it's not bad in a general sense, but if that's your only motive, then yeah, it's bad. Like with talking to Todd, let's say. It was nice when Todd would answer one of my questions and validate me, and he was entertaining, but I was ultimately there to learn about Neatbucks and here's philosophy. I wasn't looking for, look at me, I'm OC. You can argue this channel is that, but then again, this is my channel. You don't have to be here if you don't want to. So it's not that AVE is bad in its own right, but if that's your only motive, then it's like, I think you got your priorities out of whack. That's what I would argue, Dubs. It's not bad in and of itself, but if that's your only motive for coming to these places, then yeah, your priorities are out of whack. That's what I would argue, me personally.
That's how I feel too, but that's why I'm saying, that's why I've said a couple times, like, you're framing it in this way that it's just attention validation.
Again, I'm a Spurg. Yes, at the end of the day, everything's about knowledge, not about friendship, not about validation, not about attention. Those are all, I'm still a human being. Those are aspects of it. Avenues of the AVE, if you will. But yeah, ultimately it's about knowledge. I'm a Spurg. I read that once. Neurotypicals talk to each other to bond. Spurgs talk to each other to share knowledge. And yeah, I like bonding with people, but when I interact with someone, knowledge comes first. That's why it bugs me so much when I can't get a straight answer out of Cassandra. Her answer itself doesn't bother me. It's the fact that she's evasive and elusive because I'm a Spurg. I'm seeking knowledge. Yes.
Yeah, you want all the knowledge, but not all of everybody's thoughts and feelings are yours to know. It's just.
Then why are you here? Why do you want to swim in this sea? Is my question.
Well, every other person that I've talked to is not required that I answer this question to keep talking to them.
I'm not every other person. I'm a Spurg on the internet you want to talk to. You want to come around. So don't give me that. Don't compare me to normies. I don't need that shit.
If that's the case, then eventually I'm going to leave because it's like, yeah, after, if you keep asking Zenesis
well, Zenesis says,
I know you won't care. I know. It's fine.
No,
I don't care either.
Like, I always tell Starlings,
yeah,
I tell Starlings fly in, fly out. But if you want to get to know me, if you want to show a sincere interest, and I ask you a question, all of a sudden, oh, it's a boundary. You know, it's like Penny Pounder and Totem. They never tried to get to know me. They're just fucking, quasi-troll Starlings. You want to get to know me, and then you suddenly put up a wall. It's like, well, how are we friends if that's how you're going to treat me? It's insulting. Whereas with the other two, I expect that kind of shit. I expected more from you, little lady. And that's why I get upset. And that's why I agree with Xenesis. You want attention, validation, entertainment. And Adam Spurg, at some point, Xenesis, pay attention. I think you understand, Xenesis, because you claim you come here for the philosophical aspect. If Cassandra isn't willing to engage or at least meet me halfway with the philosophical, you're staring at me. What are you thinking? Speak your mind.
I mean, it's not. There's a multiple kind of aspects why I'm here. Primarily, it's more about emotional kind of thing, like connect with someone, and like, because for me it started off generally like because I saw your old streams, and I felt really bad for you. And it's more like an empathy kind
You
of
felt
thing.
okay. No, that's fine. No, I admire your honesty. You felt bad for me. You thought, "Wow, this guy's a total loser. Let me pretend to be his friend." I mean, what were
No,
you,
no.
thought you were helping. You were giving charity to a sub-5 or a Spurg, or what's your motive? Be more direct.
Yeah, what I saw like from in the beginning of your streams, where you had like 0 views. I saw like a guy who wanted just like to share his thoughts, but he had no people who wanted to listen to him. And then as the months get by, I noticed that that those people, all those new people who come to your streams, they don't generally like take you seriously. I mean, there's one person I think who was kind of serious. I would say it was Beppis, because she has a really good attention span.
She's a Spurgette, yeah. You asked
Yeah.
me who the most honest female is. There's a reason I picked Beppis, yeah.
Yeah. And I thought it was because I see this guy who's like trying to communicate, try to reach out for help, but people come on his stream mostly for and viewers as entertainment. And I thought to myself, oh bro, that's fucked up. And I wanted to come on, but it took me a really long time to come on because I knew the reaction of what reaction I would get.
Yeah.
So, like, why are you here? You shouldn't be here. You don't look like us. And so, like, yeah. I mean, like, regarding that, I shared my personal story. I know it's never enough. It's gonna be enough regarding this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can only like do something what I can only like I can only leave the hands to see and decide if he wants to continue like talking to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of how it is, though. It's how it is with. I feel like, yeah. I don't know.
Because you mentioned earlier also, Cass, that you like hearing experiences from other people.
Yeah, I like to connect with humans. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also a psychological aspect to it, probably to see like to know how they think and know how they're wired. I mean, like Death Pike is extremely interesting for me, also regarding his mood shifts. Because
don't say don't agree with Chad Preet. You can't stand Dev Pike, Cassandra, so don't just go I'm still watching, I'm still here. Okay.
I've said multiple times I don't hate him. I don't know him. He's very difficult to get along with. He's difficult to talk to because he doesn't want to talk to me. He doesn't like want to actually hear anything I like. He only wants to, like be mean to me. So I don't get along well with him, but I told him early on that I'd be willing to talk to him, but he hates me. So it's just assumed that I hate him. I just think he's impossible to deal with, but I would try.
Well,
like I do with OC.
Yeah, but the interesting with Death Pike is he hates everyone. Because
Death Pike hates everyone.
Yeah.
No, I would say Dev Pike, to his credit, he is consistent. A lot of people are Jekyll and Hyde. A manager is an asshole to me, but really nice to the worker he likes. And I say, wow, the manager's a piece of shit. And the worker says, "What are you talking about? He's the nicest guy in the world." So you got this Jekyll and Hyde, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. At least, what's his name? Dev Pike is consistent in behavior. The term, I will give him credit, it's called consistent in behavior. At least he's an equal opportunity, curmudgeon. Right.
He's really
He
consistent with
does
his
hate me
behavior.
more though. He hates women more. So I mean, he's gonna hate me more. It's just real. But he's interesting.
Yeah, he's really interesting because the way he's wired, because he has like these immense mood swings, and I always like wondered like where the fuck do they come from? Why is it
Yeah.
like this? Sounds like borderline kind of behavior.
Yeah, and then I don't even know how to formulate my thoughts on him. He's so much. It's just like in the moment of any argument or conversation, if you say something that he agrees with, and you're like, "No, look, I'm saying I agree with you." He's like, "Yeah, but that's just the one thing. What about all the other things?" So yeah, maybe like borderline, like he values you for a moment or values having this conversation, and then wants to take pull the rug out from under it. Like, no, it's not good. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Penny Pounder is also really interesting because what I noticed with Penny Pounder is he's also really consistent regarding his behavior. Like it's always like the capital letter,
Super
same jokes.
inflammatory and
He never glitched out of his behavior. It's so interesting to see.
Okay,
I think
now
that's the least interesting.
shut up. Now it's time for some questions from the audience for you, our two guests. So, Cassandra, you're up first. Sex Addict has a question. He wants to know, do you have any women friends in real life? He wants to know. He keeps begging me. Why don't you answer? Do you have any female friends in real life?
Yeah, I have a woman friend in California that I see once a year.
So you have one female friend in real life, is what you're saying?
Yeah. We were like acquaintances in high school, and then she started streaming on Twitch, and I like.
So how many?
Now,
Okay, how many in real life friends do you have? You've got one female friend. How many male friends do you have in real life?
I mean, I have acquaintances like from my hometown and stuff, but not.
So you're
like,
saying you only have one.
Dallas.
You have one friend in California, a woman,
I have
and
my
everyone else.
female friend and then one male friend.
Who's your one?
My ex's best friend.
Who's your? Where does he live? He lives in Arizona with you, or where's your?
No, LA.
So you've got one male friend and one female friend, both in Los Angeles area.
Yeah, and her husband, I'm like friendly with. We're friends.
Okay, but your male friend is the best friend of your ex lover.
Yeah, because we grew up together.
Zenesis, do you have a female friend? The audience, it's time for the audience to ask questions. Go ahead.
Yes. I have
elaborate.
Some female friends from my time where I was in the kindergarten school. And this is like also where I got because most of my IRL slates came from IRL environments, from social circle maxing. And what I tend to do is I also, because I know there's a big thing in the black pill space where they say like you can't be friends with girls. I mean, I get where they're coming from, but I'm in the opinion that it's possible to be friends.
Yeah.
But to find like a genuine female friend, which
okay, then we'll cut him off because he's rambling. The next question Chris Dubs has is, this one friend you've had since kindergarten, do you want to be more than just friends? But, as Cassandra herself said, you seem asexual. So I think the answer is no. But Chris Dubs wants to know if you think of your female friend as more than just a friend at times.
I'm not sexual. I never claimed to be asexual. I claim to have.
Well, Cassandra thinks you're asexual. That's what you said, Cassandra. Don't deny it, Cassandra.
I said he's either not into trying, or he hasn't met the right girl yet, or he's asexual or something. Like, I just threw it out there. I didn't mean to say. If I did.
Go ahead, answer the question. Dubs wants to know, do you think of your female friend as more than a friend sometimes?
no, because regarding her not, because she's especially a girl. I'm not attracted to her because generally female friendships can only work if both sides, male and female, don't find the general.
Well,
don't find the
wait. Cassandra said you're an 8 out of 10. Do you ever feel that your female friend, you don't think she's attractive? You ever get the vibe that she thinks you're attractive? Has she ever kind of looked at you? In other words, she's still your friend because she thinks you're cute. You know what I'm saying? You don't find her attractive. You're saying, well, male-female friendships only work when neither party's attracted to each other. Do you think, unbeknownst to you, she's actually attracted to you, even though you're not attracted to her?
I mean, I asked her that multiple times. She said,
okay, that's interesting because friends don't normally, like when you're hanging out with your guy friends, do you ever say, hey man, are you gay? You want to have gay sex? You don't usually ask friends if they're sexually attracted to you. So you're saying that you're not attracted to your female friend and you assume she's not attracted to you, yet even though you're just friends, you've asked her before, are you attracted to me? Okay, that's interesting because that's not usually a friendship conversation, but you know what I'm saying? That's not usually a friendship conversation.
You can with females is usually when you're like really, when they really know you and when they feel really safe around you for a long time, they tend to open up more, and you can really.
Yeah, but wait. Even if they open up more, can they ever move past? You said earlier that normal, ingrained, they got to lie to be, like you said, Cassandra can never be fully honest. Can your female friend ever be fully honest? Yeah.
I mean, they can show it in their kind of communication. They don't need to be like, they can't really say like, in the kind of overt kind of way. They mostly show it in a covert kind of way. And I mean, there could be some time where she was into me or something like this, but yeah, I always made it clear I don't want anything like this. For me, it was mainly for me. I know I sound like an asshole when I say that. I always wanted to have female friends because for me it was a good entry basis to learn new female friends, like extend my social circle. Because I learned this kind of thing personally. I grew up with two sisters, and I knew from early on, okay, when I go around with my sisters, I get perceived way more friendly by females, and I knew that this is a good thing.
That's smart.
So even a good-looking dude needs to be surrounded by women for better attention. Listen, Cassandra has something on her mind, but hold on, Cassandra. Doug Garrison, sex addict, wants to know, or it's a quasi question. You feel, Xenesis, you're in a difficult spot. You think you're good-looking enough, but you also realize you can get women, but they're too shallow. Is there any truth to what sex addict is saying here?
I mean, I experienced a lot of shadow things through my RL experiences, which confirmed the black pill. It made me more. I don't hate girls, but I'm more in the position of. I'm personally on the opinion there are only two ways. You can either love women or understand them, and I'm more on the understanding kind of field because for me it's like, okay, it's a nature thing. Why should I hate nature? This is what it is. I'm just gonna accept it.
Well, Penny Pounder seems to think they call a mental cell. You could have women in normal life, but you're too hung up mentally. And I see Cassandra nodding her head. Are you a mental cell? Cassandra, what do you think?
Yeah, I guess.
And don't say, what's a mental cell? I've never heard that before. What do you mean you guess? Go ahead. You have an opinion. You can share your opinion. I let you on. Share your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if my gut opinion, my gut feeling is that you just haven't met somebody that you like are in love with.
So he's very picky. He's like when blue-pilled folks criticize black-pilled folks. Xenesis is actually the epitome of that. He's the guy who could get a girlfriend, but he hasn't found the one just yet. Go ahead, Xenesis. Go ahead.
I mean, isn't it clear that I made it? I think in the two streams ago, I said that it's more a standard cell. I never because I talk with off grid and chicken dinner. And
Right. You have. I don't like. By the way, grammatically, I don't like. Hold on. I don't like the word standard cell. I prefer standards cell. You're a standard cell. You have too high standards. You're an incel because you have high standards. Collective noun, plural.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it was because off grid made a really good point, because he made this analogy that I probably never found one like which I deem like someone on my level, or which this contributed to me not feeling feeling fulfilled. So I've thought about it actually, and he makes actually sense, because I mentioned that I never had like. There's also an aspect of long-term relationship, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of wired to only like strive for short-term. So because people always tell me also like, yeah, maybe you should try like being around in a long-term relationship.
Right. You're not an oofy doofy beta bucks. You were meant to be the Chad Preet who goes out and plugs a woman and then moves on to the next one. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay.
No, for me, it's mostly because I'm so aware that being nowadays in a long-term relationship is so cucked that it's like it doesn't make any sense for me to go into something like this.
Well, that kind of ties in. Chris Dubs has a question. Do you think, Xenesis, that negative female interactions have reduced your drive to pursue women, either personal, negative, or observing how women treat your sub-5 friends? Either or, clarify. Do you think negative female interactions that you've had personally or observed have reduced your drive to pursue women? You've been black-pilled by seeing women in action.
I mean, there is an aspect to it. I mean, I'm not going to neglect it. But
Both,
I would
both personally and watching your friends, or you clarify?
Both, because for me personally, it was always the most brutal part is that girls always saw me as the guy who they can cheat with, and this was kind of for me.
What a problem to have. Don't you just hate it when women are only interested in you because they think you're sexy and they want to cheat on the oofy doofy? Wow. Well, don't you just hate when that happens? Okay, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, no, for me it was like generally like I really I had so many bad experiences. Not that they didn't like me, but it was because they lied to me regarding this, that they are in a relationship. And it gave me an ache when I like found out that. Sorry?
They lied to you?
Yeah, that they're like.
Well, as you said, you said all women lie, including Cassandra here. So all women are going to lie. Yeah. It's in their nature, like you said. Yeah. So they lied to you? Yeah. Well, Cassandra, I mean, if you're paying attention, yeah, women are liars. That's
making sure that's what he said. He has a strong accent. I'm just making sure. Yeah, that they not that they lied to their boyfriends about you, that they lied to you, and you thought that they were single.
Yeah.
But they weren't.
This is the most fucked up thing.
I'm just making sure.
The most fucked up thing.
It's the most what thing?
This is the most fucked up thing which you can do to a guy.
Yeah.
Like
sure.
Because I feel bad for those guys who are in a relationship.
Yeah.
Like they're like in a relationship with a girl who is like this. But I also understand their kind of their side of coin, their side of view, because they just wanted to get out of a bad situation. I'm aware of this also, but it's still fucked.
Yeah, it's still fucked, and that's not like a good excuse. They should get out of the bad situation, and then yeah.
I mean, like what Chris Stubbs asked me. Yeah, there is a multiple compound thing. Like, yeah, there are bad experiences which I had from my IRL experiences, my past experiences sub-5. Then there's experiences from my IRL sub-5 best friends, how we get treated. Like, yeah, it's a combination of all, which made me like, okay, yeah, it isn't that fun actually.
Yeah, but so you said that you feel like you're inclined to do only short-term relationships, but then you find that they're unfulfilling. So then don't you think you should strive for a long-term relationship? Or
I know it sounds like a cognitive dissonance thing, but for me, I mentioned it before. I
you
never
said,
think
yeah, that a long-term relationship is cucked, but I don't think it has to be. I think there's plenty of, blue pill, whatever. I think there's plenty of relationships that it's not just you getting cucked by being in a long-term relationship. But I understand the sentiment. It's like the majority of relationships are that way. So I get it. But like, you can't just like not, if you have any interest in it, just the fear of you being, then get out of it if you don't like it at that point, I
Yeah,
don't know.
well, it's not the thing that I'm scared of it. I know how I would manage it, like to not get cucked. But for me,
Yeah.
it's mainly, I mentioned it before, I was always short-term oriented. I think this has something from my genetics, that there are some people out there who are like long-term oriented, and there are people out there who are mainly short-term oriented. I think it's really a genetic kind of thing with me, because I never had like, even if I had, it's kind of weird because most of the people are like long-term oriented, because it's kind of hard to explain like how I think about this. But yeah, I just value.
I'm going to jump back in. I want to get another tea. I want to share a theory I have, and I don't usually go on about lookism. That's kind of a secondary to my channel. But I'm going to share a theory. You can disagree, but Dubs mentioned something interesting about genetics. I want you guys to picture a big, majestic mountain, like Mount McKinley or Denali, or what do you call it? Mount Everest, some big, majestic mountain. Beautiful, majestic, gorgeous mountain. And I want you to call it Mount Chad. We got Mount Chad, okay? Now, I want you to picture a hill, just some shitty, god-awful prairie grassland hill. You got the gallows where they hang the criminals. You got a bunch of garbage. You got the Boot Hill Cemetery. You got this dumpy hill. So you've got the giant Mount Chad, and you got the dumpy incel hill. And, the mountain is beautiful, majestic. The hill is disgusting. But what the mountain and the hill have in common is they're both above sea level. In between, you've got that Normie Valley. Because I've thought about this before. We talk about the uncanny valley. I'm going to say this. You've got beautiful Mount Chad, gorgeous, majestic. And over here you've got Incel Hill with the gallows. They hang the dead body. They hang the criminals get hanged here. They got the bunch of garbage, a bunch of Boot Hill Cemetery. And the normies mostly live in the valley. They look up and they worship the mountain, and they look down on the garbage dump hill. But what the mountain and the hill have in common is they're risen up above the normie masses. And this is something that's been talked about before, that the one thing that incels and chads have in common is that neither of us are normies. We're both outliers, both the really, really good looking and the really, really ugly. So I thought of it like you've got that beautiful, majestic mountain that the normies worship. You've got the hill where they dump their garbage and hang the criminals and bury their dead. They look down on the hill, but both the hill and the mount, the beautiful mountain, are above the quote unquote normie valley where the masses live. And I know that's a very good analogy, but you reminded me of it because that's kind of what you're kind of saying. Does my analogy hold water? Do you understand what I'm saying? The mountain is beautiful, majestic, and rises up, and people love it and worship it. The hill is a garbage dump where the criminals, the guy who shot the guy in the saloon gets hanged there, go to the gallows. But both the beautiful mountain and the ugly hill are above the mass normie valley. Do you like my theory or no?
You're describing basically. You mean because there are two extremes sides?
Yeah, two extremes. The normies, most people live in this middle tier.
Yeah.
They worship the mountain like a god because it's beautiful. They hate the hill because it's like a dick, like Penny Pounder says. But either way, those on the mountain and those on the hill have one thing in common. They're minorities. the beautiful gods of Mount Chad and the ugly incels of Incel Hill neither live in where the masses live in Normie Valley. Is this making any sense? Psst. Yeah, Penny Pounder's excited by the phallic looking. Yeah, okay, but yeah, I'm trying to make an analogy, and you people are just shitting on my brilliant idea.
That's great.
I was never shitting on this diagram. I was trying to understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, what it means is the vast majority of normies are in that flat plane. They can't rise above what they are. They're just mindless idiots. We worship the gods of Mount Chad. We look down the hill. We're just in this flat, level plane. The Chads of Mount Chad are treated like gods. The people on Incel Hill are treated like shit, but both are above the normie masses. You have the normie masses, the vast majority of people in this valley who can never rise above what they are. What Chads and Incels have in common is they realize that life is more than what normies will tell you it is. That's what I'm trying to get at. Does
Yeah, I get it.
sense?
Absolutely. I mean, Incel and chats are. I mean, this is a thing which I also already heard that actually that Incel and chat have actually a lot of common, but normies.
Okay, you're still struggling to understand here. You know, maybe I shouldn't have explained this. I'm kind of drunk. I'm kind of tired, but I thought, yeah, I like that analogy. Boot Hill, we hate that place. We hang the criminals, we bury our dead, we throw our garbage, old tires and shit. Fuck that hill. God, that's a beautiful mountain. We worship it. But the mountain and the hill both rise above the normal fray. Normie Valley, the normal fray. Chads and incels, for lack of a better term, both know what it's like to be above the normal mass. Or I'm trying to say one thing they have in common is neither live the normal life. The gods of Mount Chad live a great life. The losers of Incel Hill live a terrible life, but both are above what most people live, which is the normie mass. I think you understand better, Cassandra. That's one of the reasons I keep you around than this guy. I know English isn't his first language. Do you understand?
I think you got it. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to rage. Let's change the topic because I can see neither get it. I think Jared 88 is a tranny. Why is a young woman hanging around this shit? We were asking this before. We didn't get a straight answer. I thought my analogy of Mount Chad and Incel Hill was brilliant, but I guess not. Yeah. I want to look at it. It's so phallic. Isn't that beautiful? I'm just trying to say the normies hate the hill, love the mountain, but both the hill folk and the mountain folk rise above where the masses are. Most people will never see life beyond the flat plane. Yeah, they can't rise above. That's what I'm trying to get at. But anyway, why are you here, Cassandra? I think Jared 88 the tranny wants to know.
Again, you say you didn't get a straight answer? Really?
No, not me. Jared 88 is asking. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Do you think I gave a straight answer?
I mean, you answered it in your language, so
right. Zenis says you're here for okay. AVE, attention, validation, entertainment. We know what Zenesis thinks. We're not quite sure what you think. Jared 88 is asking, not me, not Zenesis.
We're not quite sure. We're not quite sure.
We are not quite sure. Okay. I'm not quite sure. Are you quite sure? If you're sure, go ahead, Zenesis. I'm not quite sure. It's a fair question. Of course, it's spurgy as fuck. Who and what do you think I am, you asshole? You're pissing me off. Okay. Chicks with dicks, Christ.
I have friends here.
Who are some of your friends? Who did you follow here from Dumb? Who are some of your buddies? Beppis? I mean, who are your friends?
Beppis, Thule, Froglet, you, DBF, and I think that's it. But I don't think me and Frog are friends anymore.
Well, what I said about Froglet was Dumb didn't know who he was. He was hanging around here. He was hanging around DBF, and then he branched out into Dumb. So you say, Froglet was my friend. He brought me here. Froglet's some 19-year-old kid who would beg me to stream, would praise me too much. You're really articulate. How'd you learn to talk so well? And then he went to the exact opposite. I fucking hate you. You want meat bucks. I never hid that fact. So Froglet's a whack job, but you don't know Froglet from Dumb. Froglet didn't come to Dumb until after DBF and me. So that's why I call you Not a liar, but a timeline problem. Wait.
Well, I was friendly most with Dumb and Tuli, and like occasionally a couple.
Okay, forget this. You didn't answer the question that the tranny asked. So yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. Are you okay? I did answer. I said that I have made friends here. I like to meet people and make friends.
Well, who are your friends? You just said Thule, King Froglet, DBF. He doesn't really come around here. This is the first time I've seen him in a while. I guess. Who are your friends here? I'm still confused. See, Xenesis, I think you're right. That women can't help but say something deceptive. It's in their nature. I understand.
Literally listening.
But it's still good to see it, in real time.
I'm actually listing names, and you're saying you still don't know who my friends are.
Okay, let's ask another question because I'm glad. Well, I'm going to get off soon. It's been 3.5 hours. Christ. But I'm glad to talk to you. Zenesis, you seem bored. What's on your mind, Zenesis? Go ahead. Speak your mind. If you want to ask Cassandra something, go ahead. What's going on?
I'm just tired. I'm not bored.
Well, did you sleep at all? Or you got up to watch me, or you been up all night? What?
I've been up all night, but I can still
It's 8:15 in the morning in Austria. You gotta get some sleep, buddy. Then again, you're on Bucks. It doesn't matter in Bucks. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It's more important to talk with you because I know it is limited to talk with you. I can sleep
No, I'll stay on a little longer. It's only 2:50. I can stay on another 15, 20 minutes. Dubs, I have a question for Dubs. You're in Perth, Western Australia. You're a truck driver. Do you stay local or you drive cross country? You never answered my fucking question. Do you stay local? You're just in the Perth area or the West Coast, or do you branch out? Where do you drive to is my question for Chris Dubs, the Australian truck driver from Perth, West Coast. Well, let him answer that. What do you guys have to say? He was on last stream. He didn't answer my question. That bugged me. What's going on? At least someone gets my fucking Mount Chad and Incel Hill theory. The normies in the valley, they worship the mountain, they hate the hill, but what Mount Chad and Incel Hill have in common is they're above the valley fray. They're above the fray. The vast majority of people live here. They never rise above what they are. They're in that flat plain bullshit valley. Neither rises above. They worship Mount Chad. They hate Incel Hill. But what Mount Chad and Incel Hill have in common is they're both above the fray. They rise above the normie masses in Normie Valley. That's what I was trying to get at. One thing Chad and Incels can have in common, two extremes, it's neither are normies. Chads aren't normies. They live a life of luxury like gods, the gods of Mount Olympus. Incels live a life of hell, but both live above the normie fray in Normie Valley. I'm glad someone gets it. But answer my question about your truck driving. You look bored, Zenesis. You want me to kick you off? If you're bored, go to sleep. I don't care.
I'm bored. I'm just chilling.
He already told you he's just tired and he wants to be here because it's limited. So he's okay with being tired. He already said. And he already said, also, you should have paid attention earlier, OC. He already said that he hadn't slept and that he saw the.
You're lucky, Zenesis. Cassandra would never simp for me like this, so you're very lucky. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, sir. Cassandra's sticking up for you. She's defending your life.
Please. Oh, please. Do you know about the playlist?
Do you still okay? I'll ask you. Do you still update that? Do you keep that up to date?
It's not right now. I'm sorry. I've been really sick, and then we had family. I'm sorry.
Okay, she's really useless. That was the one thing she did. Was she kept track of every song I sang. If she can't even do that, what good is she? It's like, my God.
Come on, nobody would have done it. Come on, I've been sick and I have family in town. I haven't watched your.
You need to prove your friendship and your loyalty. You're okay.
I am. I have.
But how dare I criticize poor Zenesis? Okay.
I gave you my phone number. I make a playlist of every song you sing. I try my best.
No, you just said you stopped making whatever. All right. Xenesis, what's on your mind? Go ahead. You're here. You want to utilize this time. I'm getting tired and drunk, but go ahead. The tea goes right through me. I'm on my 5 or 6 tea now, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to ask regarding. There's so many people I want to talk on this panel, like Horset, and who's this guy called?
Oh, yeah.
Julia?
Have you not talked to Horsehead?
No, not yet, because I found it like really interesting. Generally, like.
Once a jolly swag man camped beneath the billabong under the shade of a coolumba tree, and he sang as he sat and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda. I think I'm kind of getting the Australian national anthem. Dubs is from Australia. He wants a karaoke stream. I don't feel like singing right now. And he sang as he sat and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Okay, go ahead. Wait a minute. Dubs, you didn't answer my truck driving question. You're about to get banned. You pissed me off.
So this is what is your favorite song?
Well, he'll think about it. Dubs, do you drive Perth only, Perth Metro? Do you drive up and down the West Coast? Do you drive over Australia? Just answer the fucking truck driving question or you can get banned. Now you pissed me off. Oh, I missed it. Repeat it. I missed it. I'm sorry. No, I'm not seeing an answer. You did not answer my question. Yeah, the song. I've been everywhere, man. It was originally an Australian song. The guy rewrote it for an American market, and then Johnny Cash later covered it. That was just a song. So I'm asking where you've been. I'm asking currently, what do you do? Currently, are you in Perth only? Are you West Coast only? Or do you still go cross country? I'm asking currently, where does your truck driving work take you? Answer the fucking question. Genesis, what's your favorite song?
Probably, I don't know, I think Metallica, Fade to Black.
You people know I'm a Spurg. You're acting all like, oh my God. You know who and what I am. Maybe Cassandra doesn't, but you know, Genesis. Why are you surprised by my behavior? Jesus Christ.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised by your behavior. I have a headache. I'm pushing my forehead. I had nothing to do with you.
Like you said, women can't be honest. They gotta always lie. Okay, yeah, okay. Nothing to do with me. She's just pushing her forehead because she had a headache. Okay, okay, great. It's great to see the black pill in action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, regarding this topic.
Now let me ask you another question. How do you find Cassandra? Stacy Light, high tier Becky, low tier Becky, normie, average. You can be honest. Yes, let's get uncomfortable. Be honest. Your opinion.
Low tier Becky, fall off.
Low tier Becky. No, I admire your honesty. At least you're direct. Okay, she's a low tier Becky. She says you're an 8 out of 10. Do you believe when she says 8 out of 10? Do you believe that? Do you think she thinks you're more attractive but can't admit it, or she thinks you're less attractive but doesn't want to hurt your feelings? When she says you're an 8 out of 10, do you believe it, or do you think it's a few points lower, a few points higher? What do you think?
I don't believe that. I personally also believe that I'm not an 8 out of 10. So
well, I didn't ask what you personally believed. I asked when Cassandra says Xenesis is 8 out of 10. Do you think she's lying? And if so, does she think you're more attractive or less attractive? I'm asking what you think of Cassandra's answer, not what your personal thoughts are.
Yeah. Lying and less attractive.
Lying. Okay, so she says 8 out of 10. She really thinks you're a 6 out of 10 is what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. No, I'm glad you're honest. So Cassandra's a low tier Becky, and she thinks you're a 6 out of 10, but she's saying you're an 8 out of 10. Okay, good to know. I admire your honesty, Xenesis.
No point in arguing, right? I mean, it doesn't matter whatever I say. I'm being dishonest.
No, you don't want to argue with you can be honest. You go ahead, speak your mind.
I'm trying to be honest on my first go. I'm not.
Then go ahead, speak your mind. You got the.
I don't agree. That's not how I feel. I wouldn't lie
about
it.
How do you? Okay, that's not how you feel. Great. How do you feel? Enlighten us.
That I disagree with what you're saying. That's how I feel.
So what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I think I gave them an accurate rating.
My God, you're right. They can't be honest. My God, even when you say it's okay, you're in a safe space, be honest. They can't be honest. Xenesis, you really are a philosopher. Good job.
Oh my gosh. Hmm.
And Dubs didn't answer my question. He's about to get banned. I'm talking about currently. Currently, Dubs. No, I'm not going to refer to earlier comments. Answer now or you're getting banned. You're pissing me off. Dubs is pissing me off. I like the guy. One of the few people that DBF brought in that I actually like. But I'm about ready to. Currently, are you Perth Metro only? Are you West Coast? Are you country, cross country, halfway? I want to know where he drives to. He won't give me an answer. Okay, well, I'm getting tired and drunk. I'll probably get off next. Well, I'll finish this up. Do you guys want to ask me or each other anything? Go ahead. And I do, real quick. Cassandra, even though I pick on you, I'm doing it because I thought we were buddies and we have to have more of a friend relationship than just, you can't ask me that. Well, then what good are you? So I do appreciate you coming on and showing your face. Likewise to Chad Preet Zenesis. We got a girl and a Chad Preet, and the people should be flocking here. I do appreciate you both coming on and showing your faces. We talked to Denmark asshole earlier. I like the guy, but he doesn't want to show his face. Thank you. You want to ask me anything? Do you want to ask each other anything? Do you want to ask the audience anything? Does the audience come on? Let's wind this. We're winding down. Let's wind this down the next 5-10 minutes. Go ahead.
What do you rate Genesis 1 to 10? No, see.
Well, I've explained. I'll answer your question. I've explained before that men can't really judge.
I know, but just do it.
I think okay.
You made me
I
do
think
it.
no. I'll answer. I think Zenesis is probably the most attractive dude we have on this show, or this what do we call this? This is great. He looks like he could be in a movie, and I've always said jaw is law, and I've had women like both Beppis and what's her name, Tara Norquay say, I don't understand the jaw thing. When I look at Zenesis, my eyes don't go to his hair. That's nice. He's not bald. But good for him. My eyes don't go to his hair or his nose or his eyes. My eyes go to his jaw. And I think, wow, I envy his jawline. I'd love to have his jawline. So as a man, I think he's got a great jaw. He's got a great lower third. I think he's got a beautiful, gorgeous lower third that I don't think anyone else here has. What do you want to say, Zenesis? Go ahead. He's ready. Go ahead.
You're familiar with female gaze versus male gaze. We find that.
No, elaborate. No. I'm elaborate. I've always said men and women perceive things differently, which is why I said to you, I can't rate you, and you can't rate you. You'd have to get like 100 women to give an honest. Is he a 1 out of 10? Where is he? And the average would be you. I can say you're good looking. You got a nice jaw. You could be in a movie, but I don't know if you're a Chad Preet or a Chad Preet Light or a high tier normie or a mid tier. I don't know how women see you. So you can't go by what I say or what you yourself say. But I do think you have a damn good jawline. Okay, so go ahead.
No, I just wanted to explain like the reason why you like stare at the jaw or stuff like this. Because men tend to view stuff like jaw and height more importantly than women, because they view attractively like way differently than women tend to. Because women tend to do the look at the hair, like the look.
I disagree. I think women actually do care about jaw, even though I don't know what it's like to be a woman and be in a woman's shoes. I don't think all these jaw surgeries would exist if men who got them didn't get some kind of positive reaction from women. So I do ascribe to the jaw is law theory, but that's me.
It's not saying that they don't care about it.
Go ahead, Zenesis. You keep talking. We've heard enough of Cass. Go ahead.
The harmony of your whole face is more important than one visual feature. So it's like the whole package of your face. This is how they view like. And
well, how do you know that? I can say jaw is law. What do I know? I'm not a woman. You can say it's the whole package. What do you know? You're not a woman. We're just like arguing, penis size. How could either of us say we're right or wrong? Neither of us. Cassandra, you would have to ask Cassandra, but she won't give us a straight answer because, like you said, Zenesis, women can't be honest. So, I mean, what do you want?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If I can I say what I think? Yeah. I think Zenesis has explained he's like gotten comfortable with his women friends, and as he said earlier, women get more comfortable and more open and honest.
Okay, but I don't want you to speak for Zenesis. Zenesis can speak for himself. You can share your opinion, but don't speak for Zenesis.
Okay, well then I want to hear what Zenesis has to say. I just was trying to help.
I mean, like, because also because you mentioned that you can never know the truth out of girls when you directly speak with them, but you can watch like what kind of guys they tend to view as attractive. If you
Well,
go
and
on
it's been studied
Instagram,
too.
yeah,
And you
yeah,
can see
if
it
you,
in when there's a woman filmmaker, what they tend to focus on, or
yeah,
like,
there's I mean, like when you look at nowadays, there are so many female directors out there, and when you look at how the male cast usually looks like, and there's just a guy who looks not like a giga chat, he's more on the softer
Yeah.
side, who has more feminine features, and
Yeah.
he looks more softer, and this is like what they perceive as an attractive man, looks wise. Plus, for them is also what really important is the I know now I'm gonna get like attacked with blue pill. It's
Yeah.
the personalities. It's like it's because if you look at porn consumption, male tend to consume porn, which is mostly visual based. On the other side, it's a mix of visual plus erotic literature. It has more to do with words and stuff like this. And I mean, yeah. So this is because I mentioned like a couple of streams ago that the game is also very important, and people said like, yeah, there's no game for your face. I mean, like, yeah, I get it. There's a look threshold you need to reach where game starts to matter actually. But black pillars tend to say like, game doesn't even matter. It's bullshit. There's no impact.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't do
just looks.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks, and this is like too extreme, man. It's like so out of touch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and the only reason I was trying to talk for you is because OC was saying you can't know, and I'm saying why I believe you can know what female
You
gaze
can
is.
know it because there's also even. I mean, like if you look at this, there's also fields dedicated to it in academia called EvoPsych, where they study like what men and
I'm sorry. Can you type that in the chat? What's that? Evo Psych? Type it in the chat. I'll post it. By the way, Cassandra, Penny Pounder is giving you a compliment. She says you have a lot of patience for a woman. That's one of the reasons I keep you around. You are a very patient foid. Yeah. Okay. So type it in the chat, Zenesis. I'll post it. Let's see here. Dubs wants to know, Zenesis, do you watch porn? He wants to know if you watch porn and if you approve of it as an outlet for frustrated men.
Yes, I do watch porn, but
what kind of porn? Man on woman, man on man, woman on woman, man on multiple women, animals. What kind of porn? Be honest.
Lesbian.
Lesbian
I don't
porn.
want a guy. I'm a pornos.
He likes to watch the lesbo, the dyke porn. Okay.
And regarding the second question, do you approve it as an outlet? Yes, sure. Because for me, it's always the most fucked up thing for me is like, I don't know why in America prostitution is illegal. This is like torture, man, for equals. Like,
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, repeat yourself. We didn't hear that.
No, because I approve us for watching porn as for a frustrated man. And
you approve of watching porn. Frustrated men, you approve that they should watch porn because continue.
Yeah, because to get a load off and to help them like cope and stuff like that. Because there are countries out there, like America, for example, where prostitution is illegal.
Okay, don't be mean.
Where they can't like get access to the pragmatic kind of route. So of course, so what can they do? Like besides that, they can go the illegal route or like jack off. And besides that, I think that porn, I mean like the average libido from a guy comparison to a girl is way higher. So porn kind of helps like dealing with this. So I'm not really against porn. I mean, like there are some people out there who get really into the porn, like obsessed with it and really into this thing. I mean, the most important thing is to have a balance.
Cassandra, do you watch porn? And what kind of porn do you watch?
Same answer as Genesis.
Tee. No, what's your answer? Answer straight. You're gonna prove your.
That's the same answer. Yes.
You like to watch lesbian porn, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Why lesbians? Do you think you're a closet lesbian who never came out, and that's why you hang around us? Why lesbian porn?
No, I had girlfriends. You knew this.
I
Girlfriends.
did,
I'm
but
in high school.
are you saying you actually prefer females? We're asking. Are you? Maybe that's why she's here.
I don't prefer either way.
You're saying
Probably
you're
just for a lifestyle. I prefer a man.
not lifestyle, sexually and romantically.
Right. I don't have a
Romantically,
preference.
you're 50-50 male female. You can go either way.
Yeah.
If society wasn't constrained, and forget about the sex part, even being in a relationship, dancing with and holding and cuddling with another person.
No, relationship probably more man.
Okay, but you prefer lesbian porn. So sexually, you prefer women, romantically men. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? I'm asking you a question.
I don't know.
Again,
I don't know. I haven't.
You're right. Women can never be straight. Okay. Well, no pun intended. She can't be straight. Okay.
No, I haven't gone that like deep into it. Like I dated a couple of girls in high school, so I haven't had a lot of experience, so I don't really know.
No. I didn't ask about experience. I said, how do you feel in your heart, in your mind? How do you feel when you're alone at night thinking your thoughts? Don't tell me about your
That's what I'm saying. I don't have like a straight answer. Maybe it changes over time.
She doesn't have a straight answer. Okay, it changes over time. Okay.
Probably lately more like men in general, but
Well, what do you mean more men in general? You're in a committed relationship with Seymour. You made a big deal about I can't answer a question whether I had sex with another man because I'm in a relationship. Now you're saying men in general. Are you thinking about other men? What are you saying? You see how they get caught in traps? Yeah.
Right. The reason I don't want to answer is because we are friends, and it is weird to ask your friends if they would fuck you.
Yeah, but I'm a Spurg, and this is a Spurg channel, and you want to come here and swim in these waters. You're going to get weird. Things are going to get weird when you're dealing with Spurg.
I'm okay with you asking the weird question. I've already said that, too.
I didn't ask if you were okay. I asked you for an answer.
Yeah, and I'm not going to give it. I'm not.
Like this asshole who still doesn't answer the question about his truck driving job. Okay, now I'm getting pissed. It's not the answer that bothers me. It's the lack of honesty, the lack of directness. And you might say, well, she's a woman. Oh, Dubs is probably a normie. You can say this, but at some point, it's like, cut the shit. You want to hang out with me? You got to be honest with me. That's how I feel. I'll let you talk.
Yeah, I wish you would stick with the word direct and not dishonest. I feel like it's unfair to say that I'm lying by not answering the question. But it's fine. I mean, I'm not saying I'm okay so that you feel better. I'm just saying I accept that this is an important.
I didn't ask her what she accepted. Good night, Cassandra. Zenesis, it's almost 4 hours. I'll give you the last word. We can go on for another 4 or 5 minutes. What do you want to talk about now?
Are you coming on tomorrow or even today again?
I'm not sure. It depends on Brother Click and what I do today. Yeah, I'll be, like I said, I'm not going on Monday. I hand in my paperwork. I'm not sure when I'm starting. So I'll be on, if not tomorrow, because right now for me, it's early morning Friday. If not Friday, I'll be on within the next 24 to 48 hours. Sure. I'll keep streaming until it's time for me to go back to work. Not every day, but every other day. Sure.
No, because I thought that because Friday is like the day where Brother Click has usually his day off.
Well, maybe Brother Click and I will, if we get a chance, we'll stream earlier tomorrow when he's more awake. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow our afternoon, which would be your evening. Well, I can't promise anything. We'll see where things go. Cassandra, you're looking at me. Oh, what's wrong, Cassandra?
Nothing.
She has 4 tattoos. She answered that question. You said, well, she claims.
Wrong, see.
Well, you're kind of. How many tattoos? You got 4, you said?
Yeah, 4.
Jared 88 wants to know. You got 4 tattoos.
Yeah,
Question's
4.
been answered. Yeah, I pay attention. Dubs didn't answer my question. I'm getting tired of him. I'm getting tired of her. Zenesis, let's end this. Let's have one last paragraph. What do you want to talk about to end it?
I just wanted to ask you if you're coming on probably today or later on. If not, it's also okay.
So let's say I come on tomorrow. You come on. You're asking me, are you going to come on again? Sure. You come on to what? Talk about nothing? I mean, is there something? It must be something you want to talk about.
Didn't we talk? Would you say that we didn't talk about that this talk we had today was nothing? No,
you mentioned, I got it here in the private chat. Evo Psych, this is what you're talking about. Elaborate. What is Evo Psych exactly?
Evolutionary psychology. This is basically a field in academia which is focused on studying human mating behavior, like what they tend to study, what a man find attractive in a woman, and in the reverse. Yeah, and this is a field which is pretty. I think it started off in the 1970s or something like this.
Mhm.
It's a pretty. It's I mean, the truth red pill. It became kind of mainstream because they like accelerated.
Wait,
this.
wait, wait, wait. When did it become mainstream? Recently or 20 years? You said it began in the 70s. It became mainstream with the 90s or the 2000s or recently. When did it become
2020.
mainstream? What's that?
2010.
Okay. So
And-
about 40 years later, about 10 years ago, it became mainstream. Okay.
Yeah. But this is also where red pill thing started. The thing with the stuff with YouTube and manosphere content. This is the era where it's really like made an impact in the mainstream world. And yeah, it's really interesting because there are people out there like I can recommend you. David Buss is evolutionary psychologist. He's like one of the most famous one. He has a lot of books regarding those kind of topics. Yeah, I mean it's really interesting because the black pill sphere and the incel sphere are aware of evolutionary psychologists. They say that mostly the argument from inquels is that most evolutionary psychologists are blue pilled because they tend to do the studies really wrong.
So, are you saying in many ways that Evo psychology began the black pill back in the 70s? Is that what you're trying to say? It was black pilled way before its time, like decades ago? Is that what you're trying to say? Or like back in the 70s when it came about, it was more black pilled than the other psychologies? Or, I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't say. I think it's more now black pill because we are
Now, when it started, it was more blue pilled and it slowly became black pilled. Or were you trying to?
It's more black pill because technology got further and you can do more tests with it now in comparison to the 1970s where you didn't have internet and stuff like this.
Right.
And there are so many studies out there now which confirms black pill. But the thing is, like with evolutionary psychology, the problem is that there are so many things which black pillers say right, but it isn't like studied in a Evo psych environment, and the studies come out like 10 years later. So it's black pillars are ahead.
Right. Like I always say, the Church of Modern Medicine or the Church of Modern Psychology, even if the black pillars folk etymology, we get it right, you got to wait 10 years for the science to catch up. I think that's what you're saying. I agree.
Yeah, it's like it's always the same. Like they're always gonna like reject the idea, but
when it's brand new, like anything, they rejected it first. Then it takes them like 10 to 15 years to catch up. Yeah, the science has to catch up. Yeah. I agree.
I mean, because Chris says black pillars are ahead of the curve. Yeah, the black pillars are. There's one thing where black pillars are really ahead of the curve is when it comes regarding to the look threshold. Because there is a guy called an Evo Psych academia called William Costello, and this is a guy which mainly researches inceldom.
Let me see if I got his name right. William Costello. That's his name.
Yeah. And this is a guy who's like his main focus is inceldom, and what I noticed with him is he tends to think that inceldom is he views inceldom or describes inceldom as a form of ideology. I wouldn't say it's an ideology; it's a condition. It's the same as black pill. Like there are so many. I never saw like an evolutionary psychologist say that black pill is a condition, another ideology. They always see it as a kind of movement. It isn't a movement. It's a state of mind.
It's not a religion or a philosophy or a cult. It's a state of being. It just is. It isn't like, something that people subscribe to. It's a definition of what they're experiencing. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. and this is what I get is the most because most evil psychs. I found one who's kind of more black pillish, but he also copes a lot. But this guy's a chat as well. This guy is called Mac Murphy. He's a Gen Z.
What's his name again? Mac Murphy? What?
Mac Murphy. I will.
Mac
Let me
Murphy?
check. Mac Murphy.
Oh, okay. Mackin Murphy. I'll post it. Mackin Murphy. He Zenesis posted in the private chat. Mackin Murphy. Okay.
Yeah, this guy's a Gen Z evolutionary psychologist.
What does that mean? He's like 25 years old. What does that mean?
He's my age.
20. Okay.
But he's also Chad. So
he's not a Chad. He's also a Chad. Okay. So we okay.
No, I would say sorry. Also good looking. And the thing is, like, with him, when I first like researched him, watched him, I took everything as a grain of salt. But he seems like he's an Aussie. No, I think Mac Murphy isn't an Aussie. I think he's American, but he lives in Aussie. And with this guy, he's good looking and stuff like this, but I knew even if he's like good looking, he tries to like be open-minded kind of, and try to look over his own biases. And you never see this in academia. Kind of, it's a rare trait to see like someone who tends to like acknowledge that he's biased and tries to be like kind of more open. But there's also some blue pill going with him, which is understandable because he's 6'2", good looking. So of course there's gonna be like a hostile reaction regarding inquildom.
Yeah, I mean, he's blonde. I guess he's got a good jawline. You're saying he's 6'2". To me, this guy looks like some square, but okay. All right. Is this the guy you're talking about?
Yeah. But he's really popular on TikTok, and his audience is mostly female dominated. So this is what you're based it off. Was good looking. He was mostly
okay.
female.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, if women flock to him, okay, he's better looking than we might think. Okay, all right, cool.
Male gaze versus female gaze.
All right, yeah, male gaze, female gaze. All right, I want to talk to you some more, but for now, I got to say goodnight. I'm getting it's been 4 hours. I'm getting tired. You have the last word. What do you want to say? Say goodnight.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on, as usual. And I hope you're gonna stream like.
I promise I will stream before I go back to work over the next, maybe not tomorrow, but 2 days from now. I'll keep streaming regularly until I go back to work. Sure.
All right. Yeah.
All right. Have a good night. Don't be a stranger. I'm glad you and one thing I say about Cass, for all my criticisms, at least you and Cassandra show your faces. I appreciate that. I don't care if you're a Greek god or if you're an ugly fuck elephant man, as long as you show who you are. I'm getting tired of people who want to just talk. I want to see faces. I'm a lookist. I admit it. I'm a lookist. At least I know who I'm talking to. Okay, so thank you. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say I'm a lookist?
Yeah, but I just want to like let you. I'm gonna let sleep. Like, just want
to. Okay. All right, we'll get rid of him. All right. I want to thank Dubs. You finally answered my question. You just drive local now. Thank you. That's all it took. One sentence. Thank you. You drive local. Okay. You've been everywhere, but currently you're driving local. Thank you, Chris Dubs. Because I want to like you, but you were pissing me off. Like Cassandra. I don't care what the answer is. I just don't like people being vague or elusive. Just give me a straight answer. I'm a Spurg. I don't need this shit. Okay. So where was I? I'm going to get off now. Yeah, I'll stream. If not tomorrow, a couple days from now. I will keep streaming. I'll probably go back to work later next week. Today is what? It's Friday morning. So yeah, I'll probably a week from now I'll be back at work. I'll keep streaming for the next upcoming days, and I'll let you know what my work schedule is. And then after that, I don't know. Maybe I'll stream or maybe I won't. I don't know what's going to happen once I go back to work. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Cassandra, for showing your face. Thank you, Zenesis, for showing your face. Thank you, Denmark guy, torso guy, for coming on. Next time, show your face. If you don't want to, then fuck off. All right, for now, and thank you, Todd Christ, for making a brief appearance. I would have, as nice as this was, I would have loved to talked about. Yeah, I created the account. There were different pages. I had to go back. I would have loved to have heard about the SSI, SSDI process more than talking to a bunch of Eurocells and a woman about whatever the fuck we just talked about. But for now, Occupational Click out.